So, this is probably one of those things that only streamers really suffer from, you know? I'm sitting here, I'm in uniform, game's working, we got all the software going and working, everything's cool. And I have a sneezing fit. Achoo! Achoo, achoo, achoo. And I'm just sitting here like, come on, let's go. I'm ready to start. Sneeze, 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 sneeze. Before we get started, for real though, I do want to say shout out and thank you to Pico, who donated in the middle of the night. What's funny is, I used to make it a regular habit of checking for off-camera donations, and they kind of stopped happening, which is fine, of course. So I didn't check them as rigorously, but I still check, usually about once a day. And so, I noticed this one. Yeah. I'm when you see this on the VOD, Pico, I want you to know that you stunned me speechless. Because, holy crap. So that's towards WoW BC, WoW Wrath, WoW Kata, WoW Pandaria, WoW Warlords, of course. Excuse me. WoW Legion, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. WoW BFA, and WoW Shadowlands. And towards destroy all humans R, destroy all humans R2, whatever it's actually called, I'll figure it out later. And Dragon Age 2. Thank you, Pico, extremely much for all of that. You are so awesome. Thank you. I just realized I could play while I'm bowing. Damn it. Link's also bowing. There, now he's bowing. Thank you very, 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 very much, Pico. Again, ever, and always. So much appreciated. Thank you so much. I'm glad you like the VODs. I do hope you at least see that thank you somewhere in the VODs. If not, well, then that sucks. I did all that for nothing. There. Just this one. No? $550 was the donation. It was pretty large. Yeah, that's why I just bowed for like 3 solid minutes or whatever that was. I wasn't counting the time, I was counting the money. That's how I usually do. I count each second as $5, and so I don't really think about it in terms of time. So I have no idea how long that is, but, you know. Okay, so apparently we're supposed to light up everything. Got it. Damn it, Jesse Ward, no! There, everything's lit up. Let's go. We've burned our magic. Hey, Darunia. You've grown so big since I last talked to you. You got this, Darunia. And then Darunia goes and dies to Volvagia. This is the most definitive Sage dies moment right here. We were talking about this earlier. All the Sages die, but it's extremely obvious that Darunia dies, because he goes into the boss chamber. We hear the boss door open, and then we fight the boss with no Darunia in sight, and then we talk to Darunia in the spirit realm, and it's like, yep, no, he's dead. Thank you, Jesse Ward. As always, appreciate. And I'll put those towards Suikoden 5. Wait, no. And thank you, Larian. As always. I will jot that one down for the Expanse. It makes perfect sense. He's in the Shadow Realm. I mean, if I wanted to headcanon around them dying, I could. I won't, but, you know, there's ways we can make that work. It could also be one of those situations... Oh, good fortune, Larian. I do hope it goes well for you. I've heard World Ember and World Anvil. If those are the two things I'm thinking of correctly, I've heard a lot about. I've actually been tempted to try out World Anvil, and then I keep deciding not to because, I've sort of walked away from the Expanse. Excuse me, from the Extant for now, so haven't really been doing that. Anyways, so, yeah. One of the easiest ways to headcanon around the fact that they're all totally frickety dead is the idea that only some of them die, right? In fact, the most obvious ones would be Ruto and Darunia, who are pretty obviously dead, but the other ones you can kind of finagle around it, right? Like, what happened to Naburu, exactly? Well, she got dragged into the darkness. The end. That's the last thing we see of her before we meet her in the spirit realm, or the whatever. I always knew Captain America was anti-Japanese. It's nice to have it confirmed. Alright, so, speaking of which, we're gonna have some fire motif with this dungeon, if it's not obvious. Alright, so let's hop down here. I am joking, yes. Sorry. There we go. I got herp. Did I even make that jump? Nope! Well, that's interesting. Just gonna ignore that for a moment. Listen, we've got to keep having fire as a motif, Mike Romano. It's the fire dungeon. What do you want from me? Our hands are tied. I'm not sure who did it. I got some suspects. I mean, Cap in the comics has done all sorts of things that I totally cannot keep track of. And I'm not even going to attempt to, so I have no idea. I mean, Cap in the comics was secretly Hydra until he secretly wasn't. And was also shot with a bullet that pulled him into a parallel dimension. I keep debating it, Larian. Maybe if I pick up the extant again, I'll go and look at it. I don't know. A little bit, Nemesis. Still a little snuffly. Still a little... You know how it is. Larian was never seen again. Lost to the realms of map making. Anybody who's ever made custom maps knows how deep that hole goes. Hell, I had to pull myself back when making the temporary maps for the extant campaigns. Like Trenthar. It's like, alright, hold up. I've successfully simulated an actual full multi-continental weather map. I think I can stop. Sorry, couldn't reach for my mute button in time. That would make sense, Blue of Alex. Okay. Come on, here we go. No. It's not even close to what I said to do. Jesus Christ. Ah! Yeah, so anyways, I started coughing. Alright. Oh, one more. No! Stop doing that, Link! Stop it! Ah! Get off the fire platform! Jesus Christ, Link. I know you have problems, buddy. We need to have a chat, Link. I mean, that sounds amusing, Zactov. Come on. Can you name any, Jesse Ward? Listen, we all know that Zelda is the one true waifu, okay? For Link, not us. So, we just need to let Link be happy, alright? Why you gotta be hating? Why you gotta be hating? Oh my gosh, my nose. Stop it. Yes, I know. Thank you. I don't understand that question, Zactav. That's a humorous scene, isn't it? I mean, if it's not a humorous scene, I'm just an idiot, so ignore me. Wouldn't be the first time. We here at the Lore Runner are super stupid. At the Lore Walkers, you guys aren't stupid. But me... Always weirded me out that they just vanish after you hit them. Like, I get it, they'd had to deload it so that it goes away permanently, but it's funny to just smash something out of the way and then it kind of goes into the aether or something. I don't know. That is what I said, Zactav. Oh god, that's right. All of these it would make so much sense. All the characters who die in the whole Zelda series, they just go to Hyrule Warriors. Hyrule Warriors is actually the afterlife, which is either really depressing or really cool, and I'm not sure which. Okay, that's new. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna walk on some lava here real quick. It's okay, I'm wearing red. Which normally means I could go faster, but this time... The Zelda rewrite. First thing, make Ganondorf an actual character. Second thing, make him more of a tragic figure. You can still make him a villain. You can still have sympathetic villains. You can do that. Step 3, get rid of this Link and Zelda nonsense. Make them different characters. Like, different names. God's sakes. You know, actually, it's funny. There's a built-in answer to this that I can't believe they've never thought of. Or maybe they have, and they're just not doing it the way we think of it. I mean, nobody questions why the Belmonts are always the heroes of Castlevania games, right? So there's no necessarily reason we couldn't have the Links keep being the heroes of the Zelda games, right? Like, you get me? Just make it the surname. It's kind of similar to the title idea we were batting around yesterday. Yeah, I could just picture it, Zactav. You were the chosen one. Whoops, I'm turned around, apparently. Yeah, like I said, maybe they've been doing that all along and just nobody's ever thought about that or talked about it or mentioned it or anything whatsoever. Is that skin? What is that? How do I know it's not a surname? Because no one's ever mentioned it, ever. You'd think at some point someone would have said, hey, it's their surname. In the 40 years of this game existing. All the random tidbits and side facts and behind-the-scenes stuff we've heard, you'd think someone would mention that somewhere, right? So, make Ganondorf a character, step 1. Make them surnames, step 2. What else? What's our big items? Big, obvious, sweeping changes kind of stuff. Because obviously there'd be a lot of nitty-gritty details. No! Come back. Oh yeah, get rid of Demise. Just gone. There we go. Other than me, not really, Zach Taft. Of course, I watch cartoons at 39, so what the hell do I know? Does that not count? I'm in the fire. What do you want from me, game? Really? Okay. Hey, internal system error. Hi, Pika. Also, let's make Zelda, for lack of a better way to put it, a playable character. Like, I've been wanting that for years anyways, so. I'd like to say that that idea came from Wind Waker, but actually, that idea predates that. How many of you have read the Legend of Zelda manga? The original one. The one that's based on Link to the Past? Now, she was still a damsel in distress in that, but she was actually a character who actually had agency and actually helped Link repeatedly. It was more, the point is, it was more of a duo thing. It wasn't much, but it was the first time I saw that, I was like, that's a good idea. Why don't we work with Zelda? And it would take until, honestly, Wind Waker before that idea would be pronounced even further, and then they would take it the furthest extent by actually having us group with Zelda for a lot of spirit tracks. Is it right here? Might not be. Yeah, it looks like I put it in the storage. That's fine. Oh well. And yeah, the Philips CDI can go burn and die in a fire. But, point remaining. So we'll take Zelda, turn her into an actual protagonist, an actual PC, make her substantially more relevant to the plot. There are plenty of ways to make a character substantial and significant without making them going out and kicking ass and taking names. See Princess Peach in the RPGs for a decent example of that. Well, interestingly, I'd also probably lean into Sheik a bit more, too. Wrong side. Damn it, this frickin' mirroring is really throwing me. I need to go over there. I think? Yes. Over here. I think. Yes. I mean, I'm fine with the Ganondorf trilogy, and I really am. But, yeah, I'm okay with just kind of deprioritizing Ganondorf or making him not a villain in other works, you know? We can also examine the impact of him. I mean, imagine... I know I'm a total loser who's a dork and all that, but imagine the cultural impact and the societal impact on the Gerudo, right? We could have an entire game where the Gerudo are second-class citizens pretty much entirely because of Ganondorf, right? It's not that hard to imagine, because there were parts of real-life Earth which were doing that for Germans for a long time because of Hitler. At least here in the States. That's something I agree with, I might add, but, you know, whatever. Okay, so what the hell did that do? I don't get that one. Sorry, Zactav. Exactly, the sins of the father thing. And we know that the Hyrule Kingdom is not squeaky clean. This is not the Federation, right? I mean, they're not evil, but they're not exactly the good kingdom. So it's not that out of bounds to say that they would have systemic and or official... second classing? I'm trying to think of the way to phrase that, of the Gerudo people. Hell, one of the things I've wanted for a long time is have us have different... I like the idea of keeping the core trilogy, Wisdom, Courage, Power. Actually, sorry, it's Power, Wisdom, Courage, my bad. So, I'm okay with that. And what I would probably do is I'd probably lean into that more than the games do. Because for the most part, it's just Ganondorf and then Zelda and then Link, right? Imagine we have a game set where there's this one Gerudo woman, and she's Wisdom. And there's this one Goron, and he's Power. And then there's this one Kokiri, and they're Courage, right? I mean, it's a bad example, but you get what I'm talking about, right? Or yeah, we could actually have the new Link, the new playable character, be the next Gerudo male, who is trying very hard to work against the idea of, no, I'm not Ganondorf. I'm not him. Okay, I am not Kralkatorrik. I mean Ganondorf, etc., etc. Of course, that's leaning out of rewrite and into just making our own Zelda game at that point, but God, there are so many possibilities they don't even touch on in this series. Anyways, but it's okay, because, you know, Zelda games don't have story, am I right? What door frame? How do I get over there? It wants me to go past the firewall. How do I get past the firewall? I need to hack all the IPs! Okay. Okay. Is there anything over there? Well, there's that. And that. Is there anything that way? None of those things helped, though. Oh, that's unexpected. Okay. Yes, you're very injured, Link. I get it. There it is. That's what I want over there. Of course, now I'm out of magic. Okay. Well, enjoy the songs, Makamano. How would I do a Zelda rewrite? See, it got me thinking now. Because, ironically, a Zelda rewrite is actually substantially more limited than what I would actually like to do. Might actually be faster to die at this point. I guess, Secteft. Optimus is always worrying about weird things. Yep, okay. Well, let's leave the dungeon. Should reset it. Oh yeah, no, Zelda has pretty good bones as is. As previously mentioned. I'll tell you another big sweeping change we'll do. I think Blue F. Alex kind of referenced this already. Make it so that there's just 2 timelines instead of 3. There was never any need for 3. Just... Alright, so... Now we go this way. Is that already up? I can't even tell. Nope. Okay, well, that sucks. Okay, let's try this one. Yeah, pretty much. The 2 obvious ones that were made when Zelda made her big mistake. One of them ends pretty satisfactorily, so we don't even need to do much about that. Just, you know. Spirit Tracks, new realm, new future. This is a bang. Done, right? The other one hasn't really had much done with it, though, for paying attention. Twilight Princess is kind of by itself. I know technically Four Swords Adventures happens after it. And I say technically because that means you're wrong. That's how that works. Okay, so now I go this way. Yep, okay, that makes sense. Wait. Now, the catch would be, if we're doing that, we would have the option to rewrite Zelda 1 and 2, since, you know, there's not much there, right? So we can do whatever we wanted with Zelda 1 and Zelda 2. God, our frame rate is not great today, is it? Look at that lag. In fact, we got Zelda 1, Zelda 2, Link's Awakening, LTTP, Oracle, Minish Cap. All of those games could kind of be placed pretty much wherever. Since most of those don't really have anything to do with anything else specifically. And most of those games I just mentioned barely have a plot to begin with. So, you know, blank sheet of paper, right? Okay. We've successfully navigated a room. Hang on, let me use the cloak and grab the wall for a minute. Okay. God dang it. There's got to be a more comfortable way to do this. Oh, I know. I'll just pull my arm pillow up. Arrange my cabling a little bit. I like to rest my arms in front of me. So I tend to have a pillow that I rest in my lap whenever I'm just, resting. I know, I'm weird. What do you want from me? Okay, so let's try the obvious thing first. That, I can't believe that worked. Okay. Now I get one. So how do I get out? Never mind. Okay. Oop. Nope, nope. Well, all that got us was a big key. I mean, that's nice. We needed that, but... let me think about something. Because we can do that. I have an idea now. A terrible, awful, no good, very bad idea. You know what I would probably do? So let's look at Skyward, right? I'm okay with Skyward being the first one of the series. I would kind of pull an X-Death with Demise. I know I said we'd get rid of Demise, but hear me out. Rather than eject him entirely, just make him not a being. Remove any sentience or sapience from him. Make him a literal amalgamation of all the malice of all the demons that have been trying to take the land up until that point, right? We'd effectively make Girahim the actual antagonist of Skyward Sword, which works because he already is. And Demise would essentially just become the name of the curse at that point. They really rely on this frickin' magic in this area, don't they? Jeez Louise. If I was going to go that route with it, Monobret, which I like the idea of, I want to tie that into something else later on. So which of the various ancient peoples we have in the future could be the leftovers of that ancient civilization? Because we got a lot of options if we wanted to do that. If you pay attention, there's a lot of ancient civilizations that are only mentioned once in Zelda. It's kind of weird, actually. I mean, we could do that, Jesse Ward. One thing we could do as well, so if we're pushing into this ancient civilization concept, which I'm actually with, maybe make it so that Girahim and Fi were actually the, artifacts of that civilization. Twin blades, right? Imbued, crafted, either designed with sentience or gained it over time. Both work, depending on what we want to do with it. Really? Game? No. So we've got the Sky People from Twilight Princess. We've got the Sky People from Skyward Sword. Totally different people, by the way. Whoop, 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 whoop. We've got the tiny people from Minish Cap, which I can't remember the names of right now. We've got the tribe, the ancient tribe that's mentioned in Twilight Princess. whose name I can't think of for some reason because I'm stupid. We've got the ancients that are in Skyward Sword. You know, when we go to the past, in the mechanized areas, which are also the best dungeons in those games. Or in that game, excuse me. My eyes are fine. They're terrible. I do have to wear glasses for a reason. Sorry about that. But they're fine. My biggest issue with this on the N64 was the fog, which is my issue with most N64 games in general. Do not like the fog. Never have. The Morrowind problem. That could work, Trihexia. So we've got... So we've got Girahim. We've got Girahim who was messing with the Malice. Let's actually call it Malice, because I think not only does that fit better, but that's literally what they call it in Breath of the Wild. So we've got the Malice, right? See, I'm pretty much the exact opposite Plutonian. He used to bug the crap out of me, the fog in that game. Hated it. Then again, I prefer to do my own lockpicking in Fallout, so I know we're kind of on opposite ends of that spectrum, too. Okay. So we've got the Malice. Girahim's messing with it. Fee is probably specifically opposing him on it. Now, if we wanted to stretch it a little bit, one of the things we could mention is that both Girahim and Fee have a critical limitation. So you mentioned a blacksmith who shoves people's souls into swords. Maybe part of the curse, maybe part of the magic of that, for lack of a better way to put it, is that it prevents them from operating independently. They need a wielder. They require a wielder to operate. See the Diablo series and the Soul Stones, for an example, right? Baal, while stuck in the Soul Stone, is completely useless until he gets someone who can, you know, do something with it, and then he can actually activate. So, Fee requires us, and that means Girahim requires someone else. Now, the question is, who is Girahim using? Because he's not. He's not using anybody in the actual game. He's just running around doing his own thing of his own volition. Okay. I guess I should have seen this one coming. Oh, there's an interesting thought. Yeah, maybe Girahim is literally body hopping, whereas Fee doesn't, because, you know, she's not evil. Apparently none, Melkor. For a full discussion of that, go to YouTube. What's the name of that? I should plug that specific video. Hang on. There's a channel that does a really in-depth analysis of all of the Ocarina of Time music. Well, all the Ocarina of Time temple music. It's really good stuff. The name of the channel is Save Data. Where is it? Where is it? Hang on. Shut up. Where is it? Oh, come on! I mean, nobody wants to watch that video, am I right? That's just crazy talk. Why don't you have a playlist? Okay, fine. Fine. See, I have playlists for future reference. There. Found it. I'll link it directly. Now, I don't remember what results and what conclusions he came up with for why they got rid of it. But there's a 11-minute video on this song. Moving on. So let's get back to Demise for a second. So, mind by Demise, I mean Malice. I'm sticking with that. So, yeah, I agree. Malice should be completely bestial. There should be nothing sentient, sapient, or humanoid about him. Think Primordius for anybody who's played Guild Wars 2. Like, I'm with that idea fully. Okay. So yeah, let's play up the bestial side of it, and make it so that Girahim messed with Malice. So what's Girahim's motivation? Is Girahim corrupted by Malice? Is Girahim trying to release Malice? Is Girahim secretly trying to destroy Malice? What's the goal there? We know Fee's goal. That's pretty easy. Because my knee-jerk thought is, let's make it so that Fee is actually not on the side of good so much as on the side of stagnation. That it's her belief, based on all that has happened before, that any change will make things worse, right? So she's like, no. Girahim is trying to change things. But of course, Girahim is, corrupted by Malice, and so he's changing things in a rather chaotic and violent way. Well, that's obvious, isn't it? Actually, I don't know why I did that. Let's do this. There's a lot of ways we could take that, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. We can make it so that Fee... Whoop. Is ignorant. We can make it so that Girahim is ignorant. We can make it so that Girahim originally had good intentions, and, as you say, was corrupted by Malice, enslaved by Malice. We can think that Girahim wanted to... embrace his own freedom, his own choices, whereas Fee was content to simply exist. We can make it so that Girahim is literally more sentient, or at least more free-willed, than Fee. We could even make it so that Malice is part of the reason why Girahim is more free-willed. And you're probably thinking, why would you do that, Lore? Well, if you're paying attention, the idea then, thematically, would be that the main characters, us, would be a combination of the free will of evil and the peaceful cooperation of good, taking the best from both and turning it into the future, and that would be Hyrule, right? You know me. I tend to repeat the same beats in my stories, and both extremes being bad is a story beat I've hit several times. Where the hell? Okay. Well, we don't have to go that route with it. We could make it pretty simple, too. We could make it so that Fee and Girahim both originally sought out Malice, and what ended up happening was that, Girahim got corrupted by it. Fee managed to get away. So, okay, that's cool. And now Fee is desperately trying to rescue Girahim, instead of, destroy or defeat or stop or whatever. And the goal, therefore, is actually to restore Girahim, which we could fail or succeed at, depending. And so, yeah, so if we're going to go with the thematic thing I mentioned earlier, Jesse Ward, we could either go with a choice thing, like you say, or we can make it so that the Master Sword is actually Fee and Girahim combined. Which can explain a lot of things about it. What is wrong with my brain tonight? Now I gotta switch again. So much switching in this dungeon. What is this, the N64 version? Oops. That would actually be funny. I mean, they've got more buttons on the Switch version, right? So they have more shortcuts they could use, more hotkeys. On that Switch version, that's never happening because Nintendo hates making money. See if we can hit this through the gate. We can! Holy crap. That was kind of a shot in the dark, if I'm being honest. Ocarina of Switch. Less switch. You know, the irony is, so we're talking about the rewrite, right? One of the games I would change the story of the least is probably the one we're playing right now. I'd probably add to it, of course. You know, flesh out more about Ganondorf, the Gerudo, the war, you know, all that stuff. But I don't think a lot of Ocarina really needs a rewrite. Hell, even the way Ocarina leads into both Majora and Wind Waker works pretty well. Yeah, exactly, the Count. Just tack on more backstory. Either visually, in terms of the temples and the like we already have with the Shadow Temple and the Spirit Temple, or in terms of literally, like, just NPCs in town or whatever. Yeah, I wouldn't change much of LTTP either. I would just think about where LTTP sits. That would be my big thing. Because, like I said, we can kind of smash LTTP and 1 and 2 and... I mean, honestly, a lot of the old Zeldas. We can kind of smash them wherever we want to in the timeline because they just have kind of an absence of story connections otherwise. Let's see what's down first. Hey, Geludo. No, I was too, Jesse Ward. Maybe Trihexia? I don't know. Because we see what happens with the Triforce of Wisdom is shared. The original person loses all its protections and vanishes. So, you know, logic. I do like the idea, so since we wouldn't be limited by the N64, we can make it so that all of the sages literally assist in the final battle with Ganon, right? Like you were just talking about, Blue of Alex. Ah, shortcut. Right, we just made a shortcut. Shortcuts are good. Shortcut dungeon design continues to be good. Twilight Princess, Trihexia. Zelda shares the Triforce of Wisdom with Midna, which saves her and causes Zelda to vanish and be captured. I mean, story-wise, I love the final fight with Ganon in this game, but gameplay-wise, yeah, it's just kind of a pretty simple fight. Fun, epic, simple. Okay, so we got 2 torches, we got a box. I like that idea, Jesse Ward. Kind of a Final Fantasy X relationship meter kind of a thing. Okay, well, that's not what I wanted, but that's okay. We'll just live with that. Not like we have a choice. Oh, that's okay. That's... Yeah, let's just skip all this nonsense and not fall. And we're back here. Cool. So, hang on, hear me out for a second. I have a really dumb idea for Ocarina of Time. Now, the basic idea here is make it so that each of the sages can be summoned, like, periodically, to do something. You know, like summons. Yeah, it's summon Ruto, yeah, and summon Deburo, and all the enemies freeze for 10 seconds and can't hit you. You know, stuff like that, right? And that would be relatively simple and easy to implement. But hang on, if we wanted to go absolutely insane with it, what if you get to pick a sage, and they just kind of are grouped with you? They're a companion? Hang on, we're not done being insane yet. Because then we'd add co-op. And the other player would play as the sage. And you can't tell me we couldn't come up with interesting and unique gameplay concepts for each of the sages, because I've played Hyrule Warriors. Well, I sure hope so, Retro Justice, because that's what we're on right now. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, you get it, Blow Off Alex. Exactly. The sage you pick, or probably more accurately, the sage you pick the most. Like, there's probably a counter going every time you have a particular sage picked. And you can switch between them, both in the co-op mode and in the single-player mode. But the sage you use the most, the one that you are most connected to, that's the one that lives, that's the one that helps you in the final blow against Ganon, blah, 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 right? So I guess we could do some work with Ocarina of Time. Although, it's funny, this is mostly on the gameplay side of things, but, you know, whatever. Okay, so I can't light those on fire, and that doesn't lead anywhere, and I don't have anything to put that on. So let's see what's down here. Let's see what's in here. Nothing. Okay. I mean, I'll admit, I'm a very... You know me, I'm a huge co-op hog. I love co-op in games. Proper co-op, campaign co-op, as I like to call it. But I have been clamoring for co-op Zelda since LTTP. And the first... I'd say there's only 2 Zelda games that I personally find have ever actually co-opted to my satisfaction. One of them is Cadence of Hyrule, and one of them is Hyrule Warriors 2. So, not the best track record? You know? I still hold out an extremely unlikely private hope that Breath of the Wild 2 will include co-op. Yeah, right. But it would be awesome. So Hyrule Warriors 1 has really restricted limited co-op, and it depends on which version of the game you're playing, too, which is weird, to say the least. Damn it. Okay, so let's do this. I didn't know that until I started trying to play it with my niece just last week, and we couldn't. Which sucked. So, we popped in Hyrule Warriors 2 instead. I would love playable Zelda, and not just because of the fact that I've literally seen that done before, and that it totally rocks oars, but... see the aforementioned Hyrule Warriors 2. Although Impa is more interesting playable-wise, but Zelda's cool because she essentially has the Sheikah Slate. For those of you who haven't played Hyrule Warriors 2. And so all her moves are variants on the Sheikah moves. You know, the bomb and the magnesis and the stasis, all that stuff. So she has variants on those abilities, and she just kind of wrecks face with them. Because, you know, it's a Dynasty Warrior game. Okay, so I've lit those on fire. Ah, okay. I see. Let's see if I can make that shot. How the hell am I supposed to shoot up there? Okay, maybe up here? Probably Melkor Blade. And, I mean, I'll live with that. If I have to. That can still be fun. It's just... Come on, give us proper campaign co-op. It's not that hard. You can do it, Nintendo. I believe in you. You've made good co-op games before. I've played Mario 3D World. Can't lie to me. So, in Hyrule Warriors 2, Zelda is a full-on tool user, actually. In Hyrule Warriors 1, she's more of a mage. Unless she's a Sheik, in which case she is a, what do you call that? A lightning glass cannon, I think, is the term for that. You know, her attacks are extremely fast, and she is extremely fast, but she can't take a hit for beans. One of those situations. Whoop, I don't think I actually want to be there yet. Yeah, exactly, Jesse Ward. Give us co-op! Anyway, sorry. The older I get, the more I get frustrated at the Snickers problem. It's a good Snickers bar, but why are you making a freaking Snickers bar? You have this massive kitchen with 5-star chefs, and you're making Snickers! I agree, Great Hillian. The cough hurts, but we're at the stage where the coughing is at its best, if that makes any sense. This is essentially the final stage of being sick for me. Like, it's a nice Snickers, okay? I'm not arguing the quality of the Snickers. For those of you who never heard me use this terminology, because it's kind of recent, like I said, it's getting more and more bothersome to me the older I get. The idea is, it frustrates the piss out of me that these large-scale, massive gaming companies, with access to all of the wealth and power and resources and reach and prestige and everything else of the freaking world, make such... I don't know what to call it. They don't make the games that they should. I'm just going to phrase it that way. They hold back. They play it safe. Blah, 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 right? They make the things that will keep the investors happy. Let's actually say it how it is. There we go. And that's all they do. They just make... So the analogy then is, imagine a 5-star, amazing, world-class team of chefs who have an incredible kitchen, and it's fully stocked, and they could get access to whatever resources they want. They could bring in anything from across the world, and what do they make? They make a freaking Snickers bar. That's the Snickers problem, right there. They stick with the tried and true, because that's just, yeah, no, it sells, it's cool. And yeah, Game Freak and Pokemon is where I started using that phrase. Because Pokemon has enormous potential and so many directions they could branch out in. Pokemon has iterated very slowly to become better games bit by bit over time. But then they just kind of smash into the wall and make the same thing that they did every other time. And it's like, we'll see if Arceus stretches out any. I kind of doubt it, but you never know. And yeah, honestly, yeah, Star Wars had the exact same problem for a while there. Until LucasArts said, yeah, no. Let's do this and this and that. And then Disney was like, yeah, let's not make any video games at all. And they were like, oh, okay. That's cool. We didn't want to make video games anyways. I mean, who would want to play a Star Wars video game? That's just insanity right there. Sorry. I can't even explain how much it pisses me off properly, because logically it probably shouldn't. There are worse things, right? Like, there's games and franchises that are actively terrible, and actively abusive, and psychologically manipulative, and predatory, and terrible. You know, and yet it always pisses me off so much, the wasted potential. And I think part of the reason why that pisses me off more personally is it's the starvation mechanic, right? Or mechanic, wow. It's the starvation mentality, right? When you've been starving, anybody who's ever experienced that in your life, you tend to be a little bit more pissed off at people who waste food. There's worse things than wasting food, but it always just kind of pisses you off a bit when someone just says, nah, and throws it away. It's like... It's the same general problem I have. It's like, ah! I mean, financially, Lord knows it's paid off, Meat Fist. So I can't argue with the results, right? Financial data is financial data. Doesn't mean it pisses me off any less, but, you know. Let me guess. Oh, well. Wow, Melkor played Jesus. I'm guessing that person has never had to live with a mandate to not water your to not water your lawn. Jesus, I can't talk today, or any day. Okay. Well. Okay, that was weird. I suppose my other point, Meat Fist, would be that you say that the Pokemon series branched out a bit, and you're right, they did. And that was awesome. And we got a bunch of cool things. We got an XCOM style game. We got whatever the hell you'd call Pokemon Ranchers. That's just its own thing. Or Rangers, rather, sorry. We got Coliseum. That was cool. We got Pokemon Snap. That was cool. And then they stopped. And then instead we got that god-awful mobile game, which is just whatever. And I don't have a key, which is awesome. I love not having keys in Zelda games. It's actually one of my favorite things to do in a Zelda game, is to not have a key. I mean, in fairness, Pokemon Go is probably one of the less horrible mobile games of the last 5 years, but that's more speaking to how terrible mobile games have gotten than anything else, I think. Yep. Yep, there is a Pokemon XCOM game on the DS called Pokemon Conquest. Now, I don't know how good it really is. I've never reviewed it, and I got so bored with it that I kind of walked away from it. But oh yeah, then there's Unite. Sorry, Unite is actually mobage. Unite is garbage. That's not acceptable. Go is... Go is inoffensive is actually how I would describe that. Not the greatest of praise, but, you know, it really is kind of inoffensive. The fact that it generates billions of dollars in revenue is disgusting, but the game itself is at least just whatever, right? And you're absolutely right, Great Hellion, and that is a huge problem that many companies have, not just, you know, gaming companies, so... That is its own problem. Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. Okay, so... Down here, maybe? That's a good way to put that, Blue Alex. I stand by my statement. It is disgusting, but it's not really the game's fault in the strictest sense of the word. Okay, let's try that again. Let's fail this time. Listen, we need to be as faithful to the original as possible, Jesse Ward. That's why we call it a remake. Wait. Thank you, Jeremy B. 1982. Always appreciate those subs. Thank you. Muchly and hugely. I'll put that towards Command and Conquer 3, which I think is getting close at this point. I don't know. Might not be, I don't know. I feel like 3 people pretty regularly put subs to that every month, but I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me right now. War Tales apparently just released into early access, so that's cool. I think CNC Remastered's on the list, Nero says, but I don't think it's particularly well funded. Nothing? Okay, whatever. Oh, right. This is where I'd be using the Scarecrow if I had it. Okay. Well. Congrats, Retro Justice. I do assume you're moving on to better things, so either way. Congrats. And good luck. Oof. Okay, hang on. I have known people who do that latter thing, Hazardous, and you're right. There is gradients of waste. I admit part of my problem, and I will freely admit that this is a me problem, is that I just don't care how much money these companies make, if that makes any sense. Let me explain what I mean by that. So, StarCraft and RTSs don't sell super well. Okay, sure. That's a debatable metric, but let's at least presume it's valid. Okay. So, given that fact, it makes sense that a company would not want to spend time or money on that because it's not going to get a good return. But the only response I could give to that is I don't give a damn. Because I don't. Oh no, you're making slightly less money of the billions you make every year. Boo frickety hoo. Okay, let me think about this. And yeah, I've seen the FF7R, or sorry, the FF7 Battle Royale game, which... Listen, nobody values a niche audience, Jesse Ward. It's the thing of the past. You need to make whatever's selling right now, which at the moment is Mobage. Oh, I don't know, Trihexia. Depends on how bad the legal side of things was. That's true. That's true. We can't make every penny on the planet with an RTS. There's no point in it. And yeah, one of the things that I learned after I was homeless was that grocery stores will just put out giant chunks of food that they didn't sell, you know? And I mean just boxes of food. Now, most of that food is either spoiled or spoiling, but still, what the hell? I don't know how to do this. I mean, don't mistake me. It is, speaking as someone who has been an economics geek since he was like 6, I do get that it's more complex than just making more money than you spend. Because all that does is cover the cost of the thing you made. You want to have more money to make more things, right? You want to have money to do other things too. But that's an easily coverable cost. So let's put this into visual terms. So here's the cost of the game you're making, right? And here's the cost of the game you want to make, and then you tack on a third chunk of that to basically account for uncertain things and miscellaneous problems and just other issues that can happen, right? So here's the amount of money you want to make from a game. Now this may look like a lot of money, but it's not. Because this is how much money they want to make from the games. And this is a substantially more reasonable figure to hit. Now, it's actually more complicated than this too, because you can't just look at this on a case-by-case basis. Let's say you push out one game that makes this much, one game that makes this much, and one game that makes this much. Now, I probably mathed that out wrong visually, but the point is, those 3 games now need to equal that times 3, which they did. So there you go. You did it. But no, let's not sell a game that makes some money and gets us more loyal customers and gets us more repeat customers. Oh, Jesus frickin' Christ. It's so stupid. Okay, calm. Sorry, like I said, while I was sick, I was looking up economic stuff because that's a way to relax, and it did the exact opposite. I learned even more just how screwed up the current economic model is, and it pissed me off even more. God damn it. Yeah, Okay. So here's what we do, Larian. We take out the person saying that, and we shoot them in the head. And then the problem goes away. Oh my god. Alright. I'm okay. I need a second fan though. My goodness. Let me switch my AC unit over a little bit. You'd figure since it's like 60 degrees out, it'd be cool in here, but no. You know, some people sometimes ask me, do you feel old, Lore? Are you feeling your age? And the answer is almost always no. I don't feel like I'm staring at 40. But I feel old whenever I look at idiots in business. If that makes any sense. Like, I look at these morons, and I'm like, you're dumb. And I just want to... I just want to have a meeting. I just want to get together with all of these idiots in one big room, right? And just be like, all right, everyone, you're stupid. That's it. That's the whole meeting. Aren't you going to explain? No! If I have to explain... You're stupid! God! And yeah, then we make them an offer they can't refuse. Now, one of two things is touching this paper. Because I actually have seen that movie. Oh, geez, I can't make that. Alright, so... I mean, you're right. You're absolutely right. Someone in chat, who said it? Someone in chat said it just a minute ago, and then Pillars of Snow said it just right now. Oh God, I can't see it. Someone just said it in chat. They said they want to make more money so they can make more money, right? Like, that has become the goal, is to make money to make money. I talk so much about the priority list concept. Making money's fine. Really. As an economist, as someone who understands the value of both currency and an economic model, I absolutely believe in the concept of making money. But it shouldn't be number one. Was it Melkor? There it is, right there. Melkor Blade 7. I see it. The goal isn't to make the world, or make better world or better quality. It's just to make money to spend on more money. And you're right. And that's amazingly stupid. It is so stupid on so many levels. And that's actually awesome, Hazardous. Thank you. I needed that. I'm going to read that later. Anyways, so Zelda, right? God, I wonder how many of my viewers are like, would you shut up about money? God, nobody cares. Okay, how do I make this happen? I'm just gonna look it up. I'm just gonna Google this. And by Google, I mean I've got it right here. Yep, easiest way, it's called the Scarecrow. We didn't get that, so... Oh, wow. Okay, yep, no, there are... Okay. Listen, all you need money for is to serve as a medium of trade, which is an extremely valuable element. It is a non... what do you call it? Not decaying. A non-running out medium serving as an indicator of relative product or service value. There you go. See you around below, Felix. In other words, you know, it's better than fruit. Fruit goes away. You know, it doesn't go away. It's currency. Sometimes. Obviously, sometimes it does. Oh, jeez, right there. Okay, I need to be more bold. I need to roll more. That's right. Majora's Mask required that stupid expansion pack to play it, didn't it? Okay, let's let the camera sort out a little bit. Get to a flat section, another flat section. There we go. Okay, key get. Woo! We no longer are missing a key, and I gotta remember where I need that key for. Yeah, no, listen, it's all crypto now, Meatfist. Crypto is the future! I can't even say that with a straight face. Crypto is so stupid. Okay. Crypto is the future. You don't understand. NFTs are the future. Every video game company. You know, there was a South Park once, and it was obviously a South Park, so, you know, grain of salt. But one of the things it did was it was like, all right, we need to decide what to do about the current economic situation. So all the various serious people in suits and ties walked into a room, and there was this big blood-splattered, like, dartboard kind of thing on the ground, right? Huge. And each little thing had a separate thing that they would do. And they'd chop the head off of a chicken and toss it in there, and the chicken would flail around, and whatever the chicken would land on, that's what they would do. And I'm not saying they literally do that. But... I'm just saying that there are economic principles that come really close to doing that. Well, I mean, obviously hazardous. Oh my god. Okay. Paying attention. This is a Stalfos fight. I can die here. And no fairy could... Well, okay, I've got some fairies, but still, I'd still rather... Listen, yeah, if someone tries to give me an NFT, I'm just saying I'm gonna right-click that sucker. I'm gonna so right-click that sucker. You don't even know. And I'm gonna save as... And I'm gonna send it to everybody I know. And I know a lot of people. I'm gonna put it on my website and be like, yo, everyone I know, go download this. Because screw them. Sorry. Thank you, Scott Kipar, for the bits. Very much appreciate. I do always appreciate it. Thank you. If you know what you'd like to put that towards, please let me know. Now, part of the problem, you get into actual in-depth economics, which is something I usually don't cover on this show because that's really dry material. Like, I know my limits when it comes to being boring. I don't want to be that boring. There are people who know what they're doing when it comes to economics. You ready for the scary part? Because there is a scary part to that sentence. The scary part is the people who know what they're doing with regards to economics have no influence on economics. They're not the ones making the decisions. Dragon Quest V, you got it. Thank you again. Oh. Of course it is, Meatfist, and modern art is just as stupid. I've been making fun of modern art since I was a kid. Because it is just as monumentally, mind-bogglingly stupid. Oh my god. You know what? Hang on, I can't think of the name of the country. Give me a second, I need to look up the name of the country. Because... there's... Believe it or not, Meatfist, like, I love you, bro. Bo? The freck is a bow? But, like, I don't think I'd pay millions for something you happened to have signed. Oh my god, what is the name of that stupid company? Hang on. And by company, I mean country. God, I really can't talk. What is the name of that country? I feel so stupid. I can't think of the name. My brain is broken. El Salvador. That's all I gotta say about that is El Salvador. Thank you, French philosopher. Very much for the sub, as always. And thank you, Sonic Doctor, very much. I will put that one towards dealer's choice. Much appreciate both of you. Thank you. I mean, I remember enjoying 4 quite a bit, Scott K. Barr, but 5, by memory, was my favorite. I'll admit it. And Fringe Philosophers is going towards XCOM 2. And that one's going towards Dealer's Choice. Like, the El Salvador situation is sufficiently complex that I don't think I could summarize it if you don't already know about it, but here's the summary. They made They made Bitcoin their official national currency, and I stress the way I say that. Oh my god. Alright, alright. Let's figure out how to progress here, shall we? With some Beetle Leaps going. We all like Beetle Leaps. Beetle Leaps are amazing. Now, they did that on purpose. Like I said, the El Salvador situation is actually more complicated than that. And they failed miserably at it, and it didn't even make a drop in the market, nor should it. But still. Going down. Listen, Bitcoin is the future. Non-fungible. Oh my god. NFTs are the future. Are we done in here? Hang on. We might be. Yeah, I think we are. Hang on, let's do something very stupid. Let's save a save point just in case we're wrong here. Like, okay, digital currency actually makes a lot of sense for Star Wars. Digital currency makes sense for Star Trek or the extant. Because infrastructure, setup, material, backing, etc., 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 right? Like, there's plenty of things that exist to support that kind of a thing. So it's not like digital currency itself is stupid. That's not what I'm saying. Bitcoin is stupid. Oh my god. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Let's not do that. Let's go fight the boss with half a heart. That's a great idea. Oh, let's switch this up here. Okay, we got this. Let's get a save. Oh. Yeah, every time I see... So, obviously, I follow economics news. Duh, right? Every time I see some random article saying, this new analyst says you should invest in Bitcoin, or we now support investing in Bitcoin, I just kind of go, oh my god. And I wonder, I obviously have no access to such information. I don't think anybody can. But I wish I could, like, poll the universe and be like, all right, universe, how much time, effort, and money is being burnt and just going into the aether on Bitcoin? Okay, let's do this. Half-heart time. I'm ready. I'm ready. Time to play whack-a-mole with an R-wing. That's 2 references for the price of 1. Okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm recovered. People are stupid. Moving on. Oh, this is definitely a worm. No question. Oh, wow. Volvagia hits for 4 hearts. That's impressive. Yeah, there's a reason we gave the camera a negative. And well earned. There's other issues too, but you know. Listen, sometimes you just gotta flip your hair, you know? Anybody who's had long hair knows what I'm talking about. Go away, Volvagia. I wish I had fire hair. That'd be awesome. Especially if it was blue fire. Just... And I'm not making a Hades reference. I'm just saying that would be cool. Listen. Death is a small price to pay for fire hair. I'm just saying. As long as he's not making squeaky noise right in front of me, Baron. And I'm okay. Listen, Zalok, it's not my fault. He kept stealing my lines, okay? Although I wouldn't mind having lightning hair, too. That would be kind of cool. Ugh. God, we're only down with 2 temples so far. Jeez Louise. Hey, totally dead, Darunia. Yeah, I'm actually gonna delete that really quick. Just super quick. There we go. That's interesting. For God's sakes. Whatever. Nothing I can do about that. So, I'm not actually really... I'm not all that impressed with the dungeon I just did, put simply. A little bit too much reliance on hitting things through walls and just kind of knowing that there's triggers and traps here and there. I don't think that's negative worthy, but I think that's the first dungeon so far. I don't think I'm going to give a positive 4. Means now we need to... Now we need to do the water dungeon. The water temple. Okay. So let's, okay, so let me think about this. I could do that, but I'm not going to. Shut up, Link! Yeah, let's go ahead and do the Ice Cavern, which we've actually given a negative for. I'm curious if Ice Cavern is different in the Master Quest. And same question for the well, while we're on the subject. I guess the fastest way out of here... Let's see, where do I need to go? I guess this would be the fastest way. Yeah. See, that's probably something I wouldn't do ever, Zolo. The Master Quest dungeons are not ones that I know, and therefore I don't want to try to do a randomizer of. But yeah, for those of you who don't remember the original Ocarina of Time review that we did during the lore run, the only dungeon negative we gave was for the Ice Cavern. Because it was bad. Like, it wasn't the worst, but it was not good. So I'm really curious if it's changed. If it's not, we'll just leave it as a negative, but yeah. At some point, I'm going to have to decide how I want to review the original version's dungeons, too. Because we kind of haven't yet. And for reasons unknown to me, we didn't really review the dungeons, probably because we weren't doing that style of review at the time. Yeah, no kidding, Zlo. No blame there. So let's get some magic. There we go. Alright. Oh yeah, speaking of which, negative to gameplay. Although we've already given that. I mean, I'm sorry, Jesse Ward, but something I have to mentally block out to not be a bad thing isn't really a good thing, you know? No, we didn't, Melkor Blade. I've been thinking about the bosses as we've been going, too. Most of them have just been kind of decent, but as weird as it may sound, they feel like the Mario 64 bosses. You know, they're mostly tech demos rather than being interesting independent fights. I mean, I admittedly don't like them, Jesse Ward. I will also admit, it didn't even occur to me that they were there at first, because again, I sort of mentally blocked them out. I have played Cadence of Hyrule, yes. It's the worst game ever made. 0 out of 10. Unless I'm playing it with my niece. Then it's the best game ever made. I was actually thinking about that, Zolo. Because the way we discussed it last time, and this is something a lot of games make a mistake of, is if you have a video game where you make a method of traversal that is faster than just moving, and you make that irritating in some manner, that's kind of on you at that point, right? You know? So, ironically, Skyward Sword has the exact same problem and will get the exact same negative, but for a completely different reason. So in most Zelda games, the problem with moving faster is this. The problem in Skyward Sword is the stamina bar, which we've discussed at length in many games before. Oh no, I loved Cadence of Hyrule, you kidding me? I play it with my niece every now and again. About once a week. But both have the exact same flaw in terms of game design. They take, here's a way to go faster, and make it irritating. Now, having like a dodge use stamina makes a degree of sense. That's a tactical tool, right? That's something you should probably have a finite resource of. Or at the very least, there's a logic to having a finite resource of. Being able to move through town faster doesn't quite line up to the same scrutiny. Now, there's actually a concept I've thought of several times, mostly in MMOs, that I am surprised so few games have done anything with. It's the idea of mastery. Now, if you don't know what I mean by that, in World of Warcraft, after a certain point in the quest chain in Acheris, as a Death Knight, you gain mastery over Acheris. What does this mean? It means that you can move faster just on movement speed. Your movement speed is turned into mounted speed while you're in town. This is such a simple and obvious solution to this whole problem of traversal. I can't believe other games don't do that. Now, there are many ways to implement that, but again, in an MMO format, allowing it so that you reach a point where you have mastery over an area and you just move faster in that area, boom, fixed. It's something you earn. It's something that's optional, and it's something that you can now use to navigate without having to be like, looking at you, Final Fantasy XIV. I love you, FF14, but why can't I mount in town? And why is my walk speed so slow? I get used to it, Savacom, but I've given a negative for it, if that makes any sense. Oh my god. Yep, so already Ice Cavern's a little bit different. I don't know if you noticed that. As the giant ball of death showed me. Yeah, actually, yeah, Pokemon. Running the running shoes and then the bike, you know. Boop. Again, there's a logic to that, and it's a decent implementation. It like you just said. Can't believe I didn't even think about it, because that's probably a better example of that. Okay. So... The other problem with Epona is she's really only useful in 2 zones in the entire game. In this one. She's a little bit more useful in Twilight Princess, but most of that's by virtue of Twilight Princess just being that much bigger of a game, in terms of its overworld, right? Whoops, wrong thing. Let's put this here, and I'm gonna need this later. Actually, I'm gonna need this later, too. Yeah, I don't even know why horses are in Breath of the Wild other than fun factor. Which, I mean, I suppose that is a valid answer. You know, that's an acceptable response, but... I don't know about you guys, I didn't use horses in Breath of the Wild, really. I had other methods, which is funny, because Breath of the Wild actually has good traversal mechanics for the most part. Getting around is actually fun in that game. Okay, fine. Attack me then. Okay, fine. Attack me from this angle. Oh, wow. Okay, never mind. We're not going to do the old trick, because ice. The motorbike is fun, I'll give you that. But, I mean, that's kind of a super optional end-of-game sort of a thing. So, how much that counts is debatable. Yeah, so far this dungeon is actually different. Go figure. This makes me wonder what the well is going to be like. Here, come here, come here. Attack me! Yep. Goodbye. Thank you, Navi. Thank you. Jesus Christ, Navi. Most useful thing ever. A map. What, don't you carry fire around in a jar? Also, is that a gold? Nope. Okay. In fairness, I loved shield surfing, but it's also pretty situational. Like, there's only a few areas you can really take advantage of that. See? Just fire. I don't see a problem here. What, Navi? That's right. I've only been playing for 2 hours, Navi. Give me a break. I don't even know what to think about Breath of the Wild 2 right now. On the one hand, it could be amazing. On the other hand, it could be average. I know that sounds so strange and stupid, but going back to the whole Snickers thing I was talking about earlier, my biggest fear for Breath of the Wild 2 is that it will simply be an average game. We'll see. I sincerely doubt it will be bad. When was the last time a mainline Nintendo game was bad? Mario Sunshine? Some sources disagree on that, but you know, you get my point, right? Prime 3. Well, I disagree with that one. I don't even like playing it on the Wii. Oh, there you go. I'm hopeful we'll have expansion effect, because That's a real thing that does really happen, and it's really awesome, but we'll see. I'll give you Other M, because we have to blame the actual Nintendo core team for that, because it was their fault. You can't blame Ninja Theory. Come on, here we go. Yeah, I don't know. So recently we actually did a full review on Mario Sunshine Cumanization. And if you had asked me before I started that review, I'd say, oh yeah, Mario Sunshine's awesome. And then we did the review. It did not hold up well under review at all. Which was actually really discouraging, to be honest with you. I was talking about it with PAX. How many games... So, open question to chat. How many games are there that anybody in chat has played where it's like, you play up to a certain point of the game and then you quit, or you only play certain parts of the game because the other parts of the game aren't yours, or they suck, or whatever, right? I don't know about you guys, there's quite a few video games where that's how I used to play it. I'd play the good parts, and I'd skip the bad parts. Or I'd play it up to the point where it stopped holding my interest, and then I'd stop playing it. And obviously, that's not really in the game's favor, right? That doesn't increase the score of the game, because that's not how reviewing works. Yeah, I did that with X4 as well. I used to play the 8 stages, and then to be like, well, I'm good. Oh, there's still good stuff in Sunshine. If you want to see me praise Sunshine, watch the beginning of that review. Isle Delfino is, and I stand by this, one of the best designed hubs in gaming. I still stand by that statement, even after analysis. Oh, for God's sakes. Go away, Wolfos. Nobody likes you. And yeah, FF7 is another good example of that. If you remember, I gave a negative for FF7's last dungeon, because it's not good. I used to play FF7 up until, you know, I opened up the last dungeon, and then like, well, I'm done. So, Disco, allow me to ask you a very stupid question. What is the mystery aspect of the N64 and PS1 era? I think Wind Waker was after it, Zalok. But Wind Waker was pretty much the last one, to my knowledge. Even Breath of the Wild wasn't rushed, ironically. Hell, Mario Odyssey was pushed out 6 months so they could polish it more, for God's sakes. But yeah, no, either Sunshine or Wind Waker is pretty much officially when Nintendo core team learned we need to quit rushing games. Because if you were paying attention during the Mario series we kept covering, rushing games was kind of normal for them for a while there. And like BioWare, they kept looking into amazing games. And then, you know, finally they're like, okay, look. We need to stop this. Good morning, Kressler. How does she keep doing that? She's like a ninja. If you came here to meet the Zoras, you wasted your time. This is all there is. With one exception, the Zoras are now sealed under this thick ice sheet. I managed to rescue the Zora Princess, blah blah. Hang on. There's a specific quote here I wanted to share. Time passes, people move, like a river's flow, it never ends. A childish mind turns to noble ambition. Young love becomes deep affection. The clear water's surface reflects growth. I like that quote. Majora's Mask, Zalog. Oh, gotcha, Disco. That's a good question. So, one thing Hang on, I'm gonna shut it for a second. Okay, so one thing, in my opinion, Gloth, is that I've said many times that we're in the era of correction, but the problem is we're also in the same era, and that is the era of misinformation. One of the common problems and common trends in just life right now is the tendency for people to either look up actually what actually happened, or to make up what actually happened and just repeat what everyone else says. Correction, misinformation. Now, the reason I bring that up is I think one of the problems, Disco, is that we have so reverse engineered the NES and the SNES at this point, and all the games on it, that you can't keep repeating misinformation about those eras, because someone will immediately jump in and be like, no. But we're still, even to this day, trying to figure out several things about the N64 era and the PS1 era. Ergo, I feel like it is more likely that people are going to repeat misinformation about this era, the mystery that you emphasized, simply because it hasn't been conclusively disproven to the point where it's disseminated into natural consciousness. I mean, I was there for the you could totally recruit General Leo era, but let's be honest, the you can resurrect Eris era is a much bigger thing, right? Ocarina was decompiled literally last week, Disco. So, making my point for me. I'll take that. Put that on. Blue or red? What do you think? I mean, obviously we're wearing blue for now, but after that, we'll decide blue or red. No, I don't think Navi is annoying. I never have. Link certainly doesn't. See Majora's Mask. Okay, let's go ahead and get Bagoron, since we finally can. Left, right, and then right, left. Left, right, right. Someone write that down. Left, right, right, left. Okay. Left, right, right, left. Left, right, right, left. See, I have to memorize it because we're mirrored right now, so I can't go by muscle memory. So this isn't the hard one. The next one's the hard one. Oh yeah, I totally caught a Mew in Gen 1 because I was using a hacking device. No, seriously. The first time... Okay, you didn't hear this, but the first time I ever played Gen 1 for real was not on a Game Boy. So, yeah, I did actually have a Mew and a Mewtwo in my team. It was nice. As I've said a few times, I didn't really get into Gen 1, so I was just kind of whatevering it. Now, Gen 2, I played on my GBA. That was fun. I don't know if I'd put Mewtwo on Team Cute, but Mew is still to this day the cutest Pokemon they've ever invented. I can't even do it. The way she speaks is so cute. Let's make sure I don't screw this part up, because I can screw this part up too. Because it's mirrored. Why would you ever romance Kim Vol? Oh, right. I forgot that people exist. If you don't know who Kimball is, don't worry about it. Listen, I'm just saying, Kimball's disgusting. It's nothing personal, but I'm totally gonna kink shame anybody who's into Kimball. Because they're into Kimball. Reason enough. Alright, let's range Epona for the return trip. There we go. No, come on. There you go. I'm in a hurry here, Link. Oh god, I'm on the wrong side because it's mirrored. Why is everything mirrored? Why? And the mowers are coming. No, it's all my worst nightmares come to true at once. And it's Lillimloss, who's putting that towards something, but he didn't say what. What do I do? What do I do? Come on, game. Okay, we're safe for a moment. Scratch our nose for a second. Thank you for watching my show, Lillimloss. You are awesome. We'll put that towards Dawn of War 2. You got it. Alright, wish me luck. I'm mirrored and I have no idea what I'm doing. We got this. And we're going to do it in silence because there's the mower, so... How many attempts do you think this is going to take us? I mean, Link doesn't talk, Triaxia, so that really answers you. Left, right, left, right. Sorry, let me say that correctly. Left, right, left, correct. I think we basically made it now. Knock on wood. Goron. Me neither, Jesse Ward. We're good. We did it. I don't think it was different enough to warrant a separate negative, Baron. I was thinking about that earlier. It's still a negative, but, you know. Okay. Alright, let's make a few days time pass. Me neither, Goofy Movie. We're gonna find that person, gonna beat him up. With spiders. I never remember this one. Well, we know who made intelligent spiders. That was Tolkien. Of course, Disco. Ganondorf is the hero of this story. It's not that controversial, Rex. Really, it isn't. It is somewhat uncommon. Disliking spiders and various gradients of arachnophobia are actually pretty common. So... Also, Mito's house, Disco? Hey, MLP. I can't stand ants. Ants bite. Ants spread. Ants leave a terrible smell when they die. And, of course, ants steal. Death to ants. Begoron. We'll equip that, because hell yeah. Okay. Now, we do this. Let's do this. Actually, yeah, let's do this first. Master Quest Water Temple. This should be interesting. Oh, for God's sakes, Disco. I do not like grasshoppers, and I don't think anybody likes locusts. Because, I mean, they're locusts. Wasps are worse than ants. I mean, at least ants actually do serve an extremely vital role to, like, everything. Wasps can go to hell. Hey, Asinius. So listen, we get rid of mosquitoes. We get rid of wasps. We're good. Win-win. No issues. Alright. Oh yeah, we need to get rid of ticks, too. Look, I've said it so many times. We need to just get rid of all bugs and replace them with robots, nanites, whatever, you know? We got this. well, we don't got this, but once I take over the world, we're going to start working on that. There's going to be a team whose entire job is trying to meticulously calculate what all the bugs do. Go down the list. Start categorizing, notating. And then replacing. Oh, it's okay, Computer Kid. It's the Master Quest version, so I don't know this one at all. Well, no, obviously not, Scott Barr. Because we have to improve them, too. What's the point of replacing nature if we can't improve it, right? Oh, absolutely, Dr. Winter. We talked about that during both times we streamed Horizon Zero Dawn. Now, I have no evidence of that, other than the fact that there's plants and foliage in the world. So, by logical discourse, either they just released bugs back into the environment, or they replaced them with small robot bugs, right? So, you know, making it so they don't bite us, that's cool. Making it so that, you know, they don't go inside would be a big thing. Like, honestly, if we just had the ability to make a thing where bugs just couldn't enter an area at all, ever, that would probably be sufficient for me. If I could just buy a field generator that created a bugs don't come here shield for my home, so I will never have bugs in my house. Okay, I'm cool with that. Anywhere in the house. Not on the walls, not on the floorboards, nothing. Doesn't exist. Boom, gone, right? Then, you know, you go out camping, plunk, taking a walk, you know. Dude, I would totally go for it. I would take radiation over bugs any day of the week. I'd rather die a slow, painful death than deal with bugs. I hate bugs. I frickin' cannot stand bugs. Death to bugs. Alright, so we've got that down there. We've got that down there. Well, then the ecosystem can die, French philosopher. Oh yeah, speaking of which, Hazardous, I got a random question for you. So, you know things about the environments, right? Oh yeah, this version had the color coding. I forgot about that. Okay, so we got that door we can go through. That door we can go through. Listen, I will take death over bugs. I'm just saying. I don't know, Zalok. I mean, as long as nobody ever comes to visit, I guess I'd be okay with that. And I mean, really, who wants to visit my place, right? What? Are you joking? There's a Lizalfos underwater. And I can't hurt it. So we're just gonna leave it. Oh, Jesus. Okay. This is an interesting problem to have. Whoop, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. I can't kill it. Okay. Avoidance is the name of the game. Got it. So what you're saying, Hazardous, is you would also be okay with wiping bugs out. So I'm going to put that on my website. An environmental science expert says bugs should be removed. I'm joking. So I did actually have a real question. So let's assume stand with Rowan. Let's say that the Enterprise, circa TNG era, okay, shows up over Earth right now. Hey, what's up? Now they're like, listen, we don't think we should just fix your planet for you, okay? But we want to help you. Basically, we want to give you a splint for your planet. And I can explain more if I need to, but I think that gets across the idea in general. what would be a good splint for Earth right now? And don't say the big changes we need to make. That's not the point. That's what we do once the splint is there. What's the splint itself, environmentally speaking? Okay, I guess we're going to try down, then. I'm just going to put it here. Honestly, I'm going to be switching this a lot. I don't think humanity needs industrial replicators right now, to be completely blunt. I'm not sure I trust humanity to have industrial replicators right now. More context. Okay. Ruto. The context is the idea that, let's say that you're homeless and starving and dying. Now, you could, hypothetically, fix things for yourself. But realistically, what you need is an external source of help to give you a temporary splint, a temporary band-aid, a temporary whatever the hell you want to use here as an analogy, in order to fix it, right? Someone gives you a place to live, someone gives you a bit of money, someone gives you something to help you get back on your feet. They help you get back up on your feet, you're back to good. You fix the problem yourself, but you can't fix the problem yourself without that external help. So, this is true. Part of the reason this is fresh in my mind is I was studying Germany's economy. I actually mentioned that yesterday. And Germany's economy is a perfect example of an economy that got back on its feet because of external help after World War II, as opposed to World War I, where the exact opposite happened. So I started thinking about that from an environmental perspective. And again, purely environmental. I'm not talking societal, I'm not talking economic, I know exactly what that would require. No, I'm talking purely environmental. Like, what would be required to help the planet get stable enough for us to then fix it, right? Bye, Ruto. I don't know, maybe, I don't mean this in a prudish way. I actually kind of like the version better where it looks like she's wearing clothing. And at least part of that's because of Hyrule Warriors, because she looks like a total badass in Hyrule Warriors. And it's the same general design. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Disco. Like, you know, because that's why I say, you know, TNG era Star Trek shows up, and they're like, hey, we can just remove all of the plastic from your oceans. We have the technology and the industry necessary to do something like that, right? So, whoops. I've got my atoms on the wrong keys. There we go. So, you know, would that help, right? Just, there, all the plastic's gone, right? See you around, Evo. Remember, bugs suck. Always remember. And do have a good day at university. Like, what can we do stuff with the ozone? Can we do stuff with the soil? I know desertification is a real problem worldwide. Not just in the Sahara. Oh no, I like bug Pokemon. Bug Pokemon are awesome. They're not bugs, so it doesn't bother me as much. Nope. Thought I could. Oh well, I tried. Whoops. Wrong thing. Ah. Just screw this up several times here. There we go. I have no idea, MLP. That's why I'm asking. That's exactly why I'm asking. Really? Taste Bigoron! Stop targeting the wall, Link. Navi's like, check out this wall, Link! I'm kind of busy, Navi. More forest. So nothing to do with the ocean, nothing to do with the soil, nothing to do with the atmosphere. Just more forests. That's interesting. See, I would never have guessed that, which is why I was asking. Which Star Trek technology does have terraforming technology within the Sentry range, which is, let's be honest with ourselves, totally capable of making a forest happen quickly. So, yeah, no, I'd say that's feasible. Alright. That's a good idea, Jesse Ward. We should go and conquer! Command and conquer, you might say. I mean, humans are at their... Well, let me walk that back a second. Humans are at their scariest when they're united. Whether it's a mob or a bunch of people defending themselves against an oppressor. Humans can accomplish some interesting things. Y'all are terrifying, is what I'm trying to say. Well, see, this is why I'm asking, Trafen. What would be the best crutch? I mean, obviously, you know, in Star Trek terms, they could do more than one thing. It's not like you get one act. Like the Federation... Could you imagine? Could you imagine the Federation shows up? Picard's there. Attention, planet of Earth. We have decided that you get one token. You may exchange this token for one change to your environment. Only one. If you want any more, I'm afraid you're going to have to get rid of all your money and all the evils of greed before we come back. And whatever else Oh yeah, you have to get rid of all religion. It's another thing Star Trek preaches about. No, they could do more than one thing, obviously. But I was curious which would be most helpful, and apparently it's forests. That's true. We're a pre-warp society. He would turn his nose up at us and watch while we die. He wouldn't sip tea. He's not that evil. But he would just watch while we die. And I know that because he's done that before. On camera. That's not even me being facetious. That is straight up something he has done on camera. And yeah, you're right. I should clarify what Roddenberry's Trek preaches about, which varies as to how much it's actually Trek, based on specifics. That is the Worf's Brother episode, correct. Season 7. I always forget it's so late in the series. Alright, looks like I can't go there. Would Janeway help? Depends on who's writing her that week. I wish I was kidding about that. It's so hard for me to discuss Janeway's character. Because she doesn't have one. She has 50. Well, probably closer to 3, honestly, but you get my point. Alright, so whenever I used to do speedruns of this game, there was one thing I always remembered. And it was the most critical part of the entire run, because if you screwed it up, you would lose the entire run to this one mistake. Now, I don't know if that's true in the Master Quest version. We're about to find out. Oh, wow, they actually draw your attention to it in this version, but apparently there's a gate in the way now. And he's the worst boss in Mega Man history. That's not true. Huh. Okay. That's new. That's true. We need to not violate the cosmic plan, which has a distant fate for all living beings, which we are not fit to intervene in. We can't have religion! Sorry. God. I love Star Trek to death, but God, it's stupid sometimes. Oh yeah, Kirk wouldn't even hesitate. Kirk would come across the planet and say, what do you got, Mr. Spock? And Spock would say, well, we've got this and this and that and that. And Kirk would be like, oh gosh, we need to help them out immediately. That would be it. That would be the decision. There would be no dilemma. It would just be, alright, let's go ahead and get these people some help, right? And that would be it. Nope. Alright. What game's development or what if fascinate me most, specifically of the N64 era? Well, can I not pick this up? Ah! Apparently I can't. Okay, let's see. We could try the hammer. I didn't think that would work. It didn't look like a rusty switch, but let's try it. No, that's not doing anything. Oh, hang on. Okay, I would not have guessed that. Ah, never mind. It is still temporary. Whatever. No, there was a Prime Directive in Kirk's time. In fact, one of the stupidest quotes about the Prime Directive ever is actually from Kirk's era. Hang on. Hang on. Let me find this quote, because it's an episode written by Roddenberry, by the way. Of course it is. I am reading, by the way, Haz. I'm just not responding. See if I can find the exact word-for-word quote here. It seems impossible. A starship captain's most solemn oath is that he will give his life, even his entire crew, rather than violate the Prime Directive. Yeah, that is the Prime Directive to AT. Enough said. Jim, wake up! Snap out of it, man! You're hallucinating. What? What was I saying? You were talking about killing your entire crew rather than violate the Prime Directive. That's insanity. Quite illogical, Captain. Yep, I had to sacrifice myself and all the lore walkers. You're all dead in order to uphold the sanctity of the Prime Directive. Oh my god. Alright, whatever. I love you, Star Trek. You're dumb, but I love you. It was the only way, Savicom. We had to not interfere with the destined path of their progress. You don't understand. Oh, this is an interesting room. Well, it depends, Lunarith, doesn't it? See, part of the problem I have with the Prime Directive is that too many writers treat it like some... I don't even have a word for it. Aw, see you around, Scott Kibar. I do hope work goes well for you today. I don't even have a word for it. They treat it like it's the absolute truth of reality, you know? Like it's some involatile existence of like they treat it like gravity, I think is the word I want to use there. Like that's just life. And that's incredibly stupid. I've always said that the Prime Directive made perfect sense as a starting point. You know, as all good checklists do, right? You start with the idea, I don't want to interfere with these people. I don't want to mess with these people. Then you analyze the situation and you work from there. But, you know, the problem is most Star Trek writers treat the the Prime Directive as the end of the conversation. Not really, S.A. Ross. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about that. I will admit that my opinion of Who Watches the Watchers went up upon analysis mode and not down. And now I'm out of water. I just got up. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some more water. I've got terrible news. There was a pre-warp civilization in between me and the water. So, they're all dead now. Anyways, so... Okay. What? Okay, now I'm confused. Lamentation liquid. That's what we're gonna call it now. Wait a minute, that's a good point. Bugs are pre-warp civilizations. What have we done? I think you mean, Lunaruth, with the Prime Directive. Ironically, I've already answered that. The Prime Directive and the rewrite has been rewritten in two substantial ways. Number one, we're going back to the original TOS phrase. Now, I know this sounds like a weird thing, but it is a distinction I think that needs to be made. The very first time that the Prime Directive was ever mentioned, it was called the Prime Directive of Non-Interference. Now, you're probably thinking, what's the difference? The difference is the Prime Directive is exactly that. It is the Prime Directive of the Federation. The Prime Directive of Non-Interference is the Prime Directive of Non-Interference. It is the first tenant in non-interference. Does that make sense? So in other words, the first tenet of non-interference is don't interfere. You know, don't let them know that extraterrestrial life exists. Don't try to interfere with their development. Don't try to mess with them and blah, 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 blah. And that was the guiding principle of interacting with pre-warp civilizations. And you can see how that's such a completely different perspective than this is the guiding principle of our entire civilization. So that's change number one. Change number two is the one I just said. It's not frickin' gospel. It's something to be considered carefully and considered carefully. I'm just going to repeat myself there to really emphasize this each time it comes up. Actually, yeah, Lunaruth. It's a good way to put that. All right. So, what am I missing here? And I'm not complaining, Hazardous. I asked. Okay, so there's nothing in here. I was actually wondering where you would put the forest. Just replacing the Sahara with forests certainly sounds like a good move. Might take a few minutes. That's true. Riker does want to have sex with a local alien. And you know what? Honestly, I'm okay with that. Prime Directive violated. Besides, how do we know that aliens haven't been coming to Earth and having sex with us for years, huh? Oh god, that would explain so much, wouldn't it? Right. So... Where's the walkthrough that I had? I had a walkthrough for this. Did I actually close the walkthrough by accident? Oh my god, I think I did. I did, Disco, unless if there's another question you asked, which I missed. Okay, let me scroll up a little bit here. You asked about... Oh, any game or... No. Yeah, no, Alright, okay. Okay, so the what if... Or... Hang on. The behind the scenes of game development that fascinates me the most. If I have to pick one thing... I'm actually aware of the Great Green Wall, by the way, Hazardous. In case you're wondering. There's a reason I mentioned periodically desertification and how it's an issue. But anyways, okay, so... Most fascinating behind the scenes game development ever. That's a good question. I mean, I love game development in general. So I don't know. All of it. All of it. There we go. Easy answer. I mean, honestly, just pick a game. Point to a game. Really? All right, you know what? Let's just do this. Let's just do this. I've decided to quit the game. All right, so. There we go down. Go west. We see Ruto. She says we're gonna marry us. That's cool. We go up. We pick up the chest that we couldn't get earlier. We get the long shot. Hey! Now then... Sorry, I'm reading a guide at this point because honestly, screw it. I mean, honestly, screw it. I don't feel like I need to explain that one, really. Probably not, Zactaft, unless the Galactic Empire was currently being incompetent, which is possible. Well, yeah, but I couldn't play this game on the N64, Giant Rat Guy, so... I could get through the Water Temple. What I can't get through is the Master Quest Water Temple. Which is just worse. Alright. Obviously. Since I've already screwed up twice, technically. Okay, so I think it wants me to go here? God, this is... Even this guide isn't super well written. Yeah, it wants me to go through here. Well... That's interesting. Listen, Lizalfos... I got nothing. I got nothing. I think it actually wants me to go there. So, let's do this, which isn't going to work. Actually, well, let's try it. Never know. Hang on. There we go. Totally legitimate method of progression. Alright, we're here. Now what? Ignore me bomb jumping. You didn't see anything. This is the entrance! This is the freaking entrance to the dungeon. What the crap, game? Okay. Oh, okay, that's... Wow, alright. Well, what if you could pick, like, 5 different things hazardous? Or 20? Because, yeah, more forest means more bugs, and we know we can't have that. Are you freaking kidding me with this? Okay. Yeah, but a biotic isn't going to do much against a blaster, you know? Limit you to a specific amount. 57. You can do 57 things. That's your limit. Not one more. Alright, fine. 157. Go for it, One-Winged Angel. I get Star Trek questions all the time. Why is this door not open? I mean, I know why. What I don't know is how I can get this here. No, I'm 100% serious, Hazardous. Your limit is infinite. The limit is you can't fix the world for us. We have to do that. You're giving us a Band-Aid. So what's the Band-Aid? Doesn't matter how much you have to do. Even a splint is a combination of 5 or 6 different concepts, mentalities, and 2 or 3 different tools being used at the same time. So... the limit is you can't just fix it for us. So, why do they use lower warps at other times? The long and the short of it is the same reason you don't drive 100 all the time on the highway. And I don't mean the speed limit. It's, any moving part, any moving thing like that does cause issues. Like you say, they can go warp 9.2 without issues. That's not actually true. The longer you gun it, the worse it'll get. And the more likely something will go bad, and the substantially more likely that something will go catastrophically bad. It's not like they have a literal heat limit or a literal fuel limit. It's just that they're redlining the engine constantly. They might throw a part, a circuit might fry, they might lose coherence in one of the integrity fields they've got going on, of which they have several, etc., etc. It's literally unsafe to do so, for the same reason it is unsafe to always drive at super fast speeds. Ignoring the obvious other parallel there. Okay, I don't know how to do what I need to do now. One of the more amusing quotes in Enterprise is, "It's called a Warp 5 engine, right?" And Tucker, who is, of course, the guy with an actual brain, says, "Yeah, in a lab!" Yeah, Connor Trinneer is awesome, and Tucker is my favorite character in Enterprise for good reason. Well, tied with T'Pol. I don't know how to lower the water level. Why transporters? I actually do have an answer for that. So, the original idea for Star Trek was they were going to have a system by which... I know what I could do. By which the ship would land. And actually, the original Enterprise was actually going to be a ship that landed regularly. Problem was, as they were actually designing the practicality of the show, everyone said that's not happening. There's no way in hell we're going to be able to have the ship land every episode. That's going to be extremely cost prohibitive. Now, I forget who came up with it. I talk about it in my TOS ruminations. But someone came up with the idea of the transporters to alleviate that problem. They just beam down to the surface, and now they don't have to land each time. Ba-doom! Problem solved. Now, I know that's an out-of-universe reason, but let's be very clear about this. That is why transporters exist. And why they never use transporters as the tools that they are. Because they don't. A transporter, they treat a transporter like it's a car. When in fact, it's more like an omni-tool, which can do dozens of different things, which they never think about because you're not supposed to think about it. Because it's an out-of-character thing, not an in-character thing. That sounds fair, hazardous. Alright. So now I'm here. So I'm in South Middle. And I need to do this. Okay, so hang on. So let's do this. Actually, no, unfortunately not. Goofy movie. Would have been nice, but no. How am I supposed to get up there? How am I supposed to get up there? Well, let me put it to you this way, One-Winged Angel. When I was putting together the Trek rewrite, one of the biggest things I wanted to do was get rid of transporters. It was actually one of the biggest things that's always bothered me about the franchise. Literally everybody hated that idea, and the other person in charge, Lord Reloaded, vetoed it outright. And that's why they haven't retconned it, because everyone is too attached to transporters. It is too iconic to Trek to get rid of. Once again, out of character reasoning. Let's try this. Except I can't. So ice and temperature are what I'm hearing there, hazardous. Good morning, Dalton James. Well, what we did was we completely redesigned the transport. I completely redesigned the transporters to work completely differently and under substantially different limitations. If you're wondering why I'm so stuck, even though I have a guide, the guide presumes a state that is, you've been following the guide the whole time, which I obviously have not. Because the universe is not in that state, I'm trying to figure out how to make this stuff happen without that being true. Alright. Alright. I have a terrible, terrible idea. The mere fact that you have to ask that makes me sad, Lene Ruth. Did a whole video about it, too. Well, about all the changes on a large scale. Could someone link Lene Ruth the video, which discusses the changes? If nobody can, that's okay. That just makes me even more sad. Okay, so what state is the water in? All the way down. No, it's still at the middle. Why is it... Okay. There's got to be a way to get the water back up. There has to be, logically speaking. So, okay. This way, I think. Yep, this way, right here. Okay. I mean, a source of water is probably a good start, let's be honest with ourselves, hazardous. What, you don't trust Amazon with a replicator? To use a specific example. Okay, so supposedly, this is the path. I've already been in here, so I'm missing something. This is the path by which we raise the water level. But I don't know how to get up. Thank you, Ciela, very much, as always. Much appreciate. Thank you. And I'll put that towards Disco's choice. And, that's it. Listen, I'm told that my real-life, actual, unedited, untrying laugh sounds extremely evil, so... New games are allowed, but you have to give me a backup that's already on the list, Disco. That's how that works. Alright, so apparently I need to go up in this room. How the hell do I go up in this room? Have you ever heard me laugh genuinely, hazardous? I'm told it is extremely evil sounding. And no, I still haven't watched that video. I don't know what to do here. Alright, well, I'll look up whatever that game is later. Because I've never heard of that one, of course. I swear half the time people suggest games, I've never heard of them. But thank you, Ciela, very much, as always. I actually agree with that, All Stinky. This is just kind of whatever here. So, okay, you want me to go this way? Gotcha, Linear. No, that makes perfect sense. And that's fine. I don't blame you. For not liking the Trek rewrite. That is interesting, though. As horrible as this may sound, that's the first time I've heard that perspective. By and large, most of what I hear from from people regarding the Trek rewrite is people being like, "Oh my God, yes, absolutely." You know, lots and lots of interest and lots of investment. And of course, lots and lots of people wanting to be involved. God, I swear they're actually turning up their bass. Makes sense, though. I've already said the ideal would someday be to, you know, do it proper-like, but that's never happening, so for now, my silly little animations and my writing and my narration will have to do. Good morning, Spartan. Is that a permanent? Nope. That's just... So what's the point of this? What am I doing here, game? What? How did you respawn? Stupid Alphos. Whoop. Well, thank you, Jesse Ward. I do appreciate that. I've been working on getting a lot better at it, both in my writing and in my speaking and in my audio editing in the last year. I mean, I took 4 months off to just work on that, basically, with the Lorecraft series. Okay. Now, hold on, Hasdus. At what point do we get rid of all the bugs? Because that's a very important step of the process. I mean, I'm an editor by nature, Savacom, or a remixer is what I used to think of myself as. I'm not sure I'm even capable of making something original. Not that I think such a thing exists, but, yeah. So, we have to destroy the whole planet, Hazardous? Alright. Killed the Lizalfos. Shot your way to the top. Jump down to the second floor. And turn around. Okay. Go through here. Sorry, I'm going to kind of avoid chat for a second, not because I want to, but because apparently I need to just line for line this stupid walkthrough. Target wall ahead. I've already been here several times, but whatever, we're just going to keep following the walkthrough. Okay, whatever. We're just gonna grab this box. We've done this step 3 times now, if you're paying attention, but whatever, we're gonna keep doing it. It's cool. I'm not massively frustrated or anything like that. Okay, so, just double checking. We are going through this door we just opened, right? Yes, okay, so, alright. Also, I agree with that, Lunarith. Okay, so apparently there is something I missed in this room, and I'm apparently just really blind? Okay, so where's the... There it is! God dang. Oh my god, okay. We have managed to progress for the first time in like 20 minutes. Jesus. And speaking of getting rid of bugs... I should probably keep following the guide so I don't get stuck again, honestly. So we're just going to keep doing this until we're done with this stupid dungeon. God, alright, yeah, okay, we do want to raise the water. Just making absolutely sure we want to raise the water before I just do what I would normally do here. Hi, Darth Chrono. Oh my god. Okay. So now we finally raised the water. I actually know where to go next, and apparently I am correct, too. Holy crap. I know, that's shocking, me actually being right about anything, but here we are. Yeah, I remember doing this on the N64 and being like, well, that sucks. Because it does. Of course not. Congrats, Krezler. Now go back to sleep. Forever. Okay, now we're up here. Now I'm pretty sure what we're going to do. Let me double check the walkthrough. Yep, okay. Just making sure. Oh, God, that's a camera for you. If that's in any way trying to convince me that all bugs shouldn't die hazardous, I'm just gonna let you know that's a failed exercise right there. Yeah, they really want you to lean on Jin's fire in this one. It's kind of strange, if I'm being honest. This is weird. Oh, I know this room. This looks different. What am I supposed to do? Let's just double check. Let's not presuminate. So, I probably wouldn't have guessed this. You want to... Here, what do you think we should do in this room? There's a bunch of crates, and there's some grates up ahead, and that's what's in this room. What should we do? Anyone in chat, just guess really quick before I show you what we should do here. Oh, okay. Well, if it's the forest thing, then I'll go ahead and click it. Use the hammer, break the pots, take the boots off, hit the grates. Now remember, we can... Well, actually, can we? Hang on. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, we can break them down here, right? So... What do we do? It's pretty obvious, right? Check it out. All we have to do... I'm not actually sure where it is. Hang on. This is super easy. This is super simple. So we got this. We got this. All we have to do is figure out where the damn switch is. Oh my god, hang on. Hey, there it is. So all we need to do is hit that switch, right? Wrong! That actually does nothing. What we need is to do this. And that reveals the actual switch. Jesus Christ. I think I'm working my way up to a negative for this freaking dungeon. I really am. Oh, you're sure thing, Hazardous. Now, obviously, we need to replace them with something hazardous. We can't... I do understand that insects are necessary. I just think we could do better, you know? Yeah, okay. I'm glad I have the walkthrough for this. Alright, so now what do we... Let's double check this. Okay. I will admit, this is actually a really good song, but I hate it because of association, you know? Well, this isn't... Whether this is mandatory content or not is actually kind of a question mark. Because this is... The entirety of Master Quest mode is optional difficulty. But, you know me, optional does not, you know, prevent a negative. Alright, so back into the center room. East door. Hey, look, a key door. Hey, I drink from a ham. Welcome to the key door. Yeah, well, that's because I've only played that game a couple times so far. Let's be real about that. Okay. So let's go ahead and slide. That's not sliding, but I'll let it go. Now we wait. How does dead matter decompose? Well, here's my thought. We'll have a giant teleport on it. It'll just teleport dead matter into a pit of fire, right? Yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't give it a negative. I drink from a ham, but it's the first dungeon we didn't give a positive for. Really? Okay, hang on. Let's get all the way to the edge here. Exactly, Zach Taft. The Galactic Empire, if they're being comedic, could be crushed by Scooby-Doo. If they're being serious, well then, that's kind of another thing, isn't it? Come on. Come on. Come on. What is happening? And we're dead. I'm just saying, if I could snap away all the insects, I think I could come up with a solution. That's the thing everyone always misunderstands about that. If we can magically get rid of all insects, then we probably have the power/technology to do something to replace them. Are you kidding me with this? No, 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 no. What? Why? Okay. Now I'm just confused. Wait, actually, I have an idea. Hang on. Just gonna wait a minute. Because I don't feel like getting my bow out. There we go. Well, then you're pulling it technically, I'm afraid, Hazardous. And you know what that means. Grab the damn... There we go. Okay. Well, one of them is hysterically incompetent and can be beaten by Scooby-Doo, Zach Taft. See Early Rebels for a good example of that. That is super technically. Okay, if I have the power to miraculously, instantaneously remove all bugs in the world right now, bam, then I probably have the power to be able to replace them with something, was my statement. And then you say, oh no, but in 2 to 3 years, if we made a dedicated effort with all this stuff and whatever, we could totally get rid of them. So therefore, your argument is invalid, Lore. That's a technically, you're wrong. Moving on. I would dress out the technically, but my throat hurts because, you know, I'm still having issues because coughing and death. I should probably go back to this stupid walkthrough. I just realized I haven't been following it for a while. Okay. A favorite non-Zelda Zelda game? Well, my first thought is Darksiders 2, but that's probably not actually it. Oh my god! Hi! They were hungry for that, weren't they? Look at that nonsense! Oh my god! Holy crap, okay. So anyways, so I started dying. Alright, so. Jesus, alright, so. Now that's not an issue anymore. See if we can make this happen. Come on. There we go. Totally shouldn't be able to do that, but honestly, whatever. I think they like the long shot in this dungeon. Anyone else get that vibe? Does anyone else get that feeling? Oh my god. Why does he have a robot companion? So confused. I haven't seen that film. Water. Water. Okay. This one, I think. Okay. So I'm a little hesitant. How many, I've got 2 fairies on me. Oh my god, I drink from a hand. Let's actually drop this here, in case we die right here. No! I never used Farore's Wind back in the N64 version, so I'm not really accustomed to its usage. I only became aware of how to use Farore's Wind at all in this very version of the game with the Master Quest version. So I wasn't ready for the default option to be, would you like to warp back to where you said it last? Where the hell was I? I mean, if I have the ability to magically be able to somehow identify what an insect is, which is actually more complex than it sounds to anybody who has ever thought about that, and be able to somehow magically identify, grab, and remove all of them from existence without leaving anything behind afterwards as well, I think we could probably have the level of power to figure out how to try and find and replace with something else, like, say, a robotic solution or whatever. See the Horizon Zero Dawn discussion from earlier. Where's the... Hang on one second. Oh, that's cute. We're not even messing with that. We shouldn't yet anyways, it's just... Usually there's fairies over here, which there are not in this version, apparently, because screw me. Whatever. I have an idea of where to go, at least. Excuse me, Link. In short, Hazardous, you can't tell me that with time, effort, and care, you couldn't find out some method, especially with those level of resources at your disposal, to plan for some way of replacement before you hit the switch. Because the whole point is you don't say, alright, I'm going to go ahead and wipe out all insects, and then do it, and then think about replacing. That would be the Jeff Bezos method. I mean, Jeff Bezos is an idiot. I mean, you get my point. Here we hit this. Here we hit this. Look at this. Yeah, we also have to wipe out all those bugs without doing anything to any of the other life on the planet. That's another niggle there. And there's usually some exceptions built into the rule, too. We've discussed this several times. Wipe out all bugs except for X, Y, or Z, for example. Listen, I can talk bad about my dad any day of the week, okay? Disco. Alright. Set a warp point. Okay, that's what I was expecting to happen last time. Jesus. So, Bigoron is cheating mode on this fight, because it actually goes through his guard, which otherwise he would counterattack. But I was still worried about a counterattack, and he hits like a truck. In fact, I think he could literally two-shot me right now, which is why I went ahead and did that beforehand. You know what? Yeah, let's go and put that in here. Yeah, that goes back to my shield generator idea, Linear, of just kind of push insects away from us so they can't interact with us. Which I'd be fine with. I'm fine with insects as long as they're nowhere near me in any way, shape, or form. And not biting my niece. Or my sister. Or anyone, I suppose. I mean, that's true, Jesse Ward, and that would be a terrible, terrible fate, and there's nothing I could do about that. Unless I had even greater power than the Q. All you're doing is agreeing with me so far, Hazardous. I'm just saying. It is a complex, complicated topic that needs time, care, and effort to come up with a proper solution. Not a big hammer to just smash out. A hammer. I don't know what else to say about that. My general rule is actually pretty simple in real life. You know, obviously I don't have the power of the Q that you know of. So, in real life, my rule is very, very simple. If there is a bug in my house, it is instantaneously dead. Its life is forfeit, no matter what. If there's a bug near me, or near my livelihood or whatever, then it's probably dead. Everything else is fine. Okay. Okay. Wait! Let's check the walkthrough. Make sure we didn't miss anything there. Okay, looks like we're okay. No, I'm not much of a make fun of person. Sorry. I missed. By like an inch. I mean, possible hazardous, but so? Still should automatically be done, shouldn't it? I mean, curing cancer is a fairly complex thing. Should we just kind of not bother? Because it's complicated? Especially since, and this I use that analogy very much on purpose, there's not really such a thing as cancer in the same way there's not really such a thing as insects. There's many different types of cells which qualify as cancerous cells. Just like there's many different creatures which qualify as insects. And so forth and so on. So even identifying the problem to begin with is a complicated situation. Okay. Oh, I don't trust humans at all. You guys are weird. Cool. You know, some cool people. I've met some pretty cool people in my life, but, like, y'all are weird. Yeah, the first thing we do is we start with dino DNA. Hang on. That's okay. Listen, Rex. I'm not admitting that I'm a Time Lord, okay? That would be crazy. Okay, we got the boss key. Jesus Christ, this frickin' dungeon. I guess my overall point, Hazardous, if I could summarize, is that most people presume, and I suppose logically, that when I say, let's get rid of all insects, they think, let's bring a hammer to a broken car and that'll fix it. No, that's not what I mean at all. I will admit, I used to say, let's get rid of all insects, kind of as a joke. I started thinking about it. Like, actually thinking about it, you know? Started being like, well, And yeah, that would be a hell of an undertaking. Probably low priority. We shouldn't work on that until we fixed a whole lot of other things. But, you know, back burner, right? Okay. Looks like we're just going to the boss. Ugh. How do we invade? Let's see, what's a country we should never invade? Other than everything in the Middle East. No, I got it. Greece! We'll invade Greece. That'll work out great. Alright, listen, Greece. I want all your Dolmadas, and I want them now! Look, I love a good dolmatus, okay? I actually really like Greek food in general. Call me a weirdo. Oh yeah, we need to invade Russia in the winter specifically, right afterwards. Very important part of our strategy. Oh, that's cute. Okay. Ooh, okay. Canada has had its day. It's time to conquer Canada. Oh, thanks, Ruto. Okay. Oh no, it's... whatever the hell that is. So I'm going to pay attention a little bit because it's easy to take damage in this fight, and I'm taking double damage because Master Quest, so... What do we feel about an actual negative for this dungeon, by the way? Real question. And that's how you beat that fight. I mean, I do actually agree with that a bit, Hazardous. I'll give you that. I'll give you that, so... Yeah, as much as I hate to buy into the cliche, that dungeon we just did, the Master Quest Water Temple, was bullcrap in several ways. The mere fact that it took me like 10 to 15 minutes with a guide to figure out how to get where I needed to go because I had the water in the wrong place and couldn't fix that. I mean, that is a problem the main water temple has, but nowhere near that badly. You know? There's no reset button, even leaving and then re-entering the dungeon, which I showed off twice without meaning to. So, yeah, no. That dungeon deserves a negative. Whose 17th anniversary is it? Hi, Ruto. You're awesome in Hyrule Warriors. Seriously, she is very fun to play as. Hopefully I'll show that off someday. Oh, wow, go. Go ahead and give it to chat. I already have Frostpunk, but thank you. If anybody... So, Frostpunk, for those of you not aware, is kind of a story-heavy, and by that I mean like background lore, plot, event-focused city builder with lots of scenarios. It's very fun. I highly recommend it. It is a sushi game for me. One of the better city builders I've seen in recent memory. So if you somehow have not played it, do so. I'm very articulate today, aren't I? Frostpunk is also quite mean. In a good way. It's properly difficult, but it's just... I managed my first playthrough, but it wasn't exactly a good ending. We, compromised morality a few dozen times. We survived, though. Which, mostly I just did because I wanted to... Because everyone in chat was like, there's no way he'll live through his first playthrough. And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna prove that. And we did. I did actually live through my first playthrough. So, flex. But we did kind of... our way across ethics in order to do that. Hang on, I need to do something really quick here. I'm kind of on a timer. So I want to do this right now because it's the perfect time to do it. There we go. Quickly. There we go. I did play Disco Elysium. It is a very good game. I hated everything about it. But I can highly recommend it to anybody who does not have any mental health issues. If you do have mental health issues, I cannot recommend that game. It is a absolutely realistic, not believable, it is a realistic portrayal of many mental health diseases. Also, grats to whoever gets the code. Frostpunk's a great game. I love it. Thank you, Pyro. Yeah, I've heard, so I don't really suffer from any mental health issues. It mostly bothered me because the one mental health issue I have is PTSD. And it hit a few marks for me which were a little bit too real. Yeah, like Papers, Please. That's a great example. Although, you still put the effort in, Pyro. I'm still grateful. It still took work. I will say that Disco Elysium is much better crafted than Papers, Please. You know, it's much more of a AA production, for lack of a better way to put that. But yeah, no, there's some good stuff there. It's a great game. It's just, screw that game. Okay, so, who wants to go? You know, I'm kind of thirsty. I could use some water. I'm gonna go hit up the well and see if I could get some liquid in me. Sound like a good plan? I did do a review of Disco Elysium. I have actually reviewed that game. I think that was after Oblivion. I'm not sure, though. That's a complicated answer, Savacom. It boils down to futility is probably the biggest thing. If that makes any sense. It hit the futility button. I've talked about this before. I can't deal with futility. It's just beyond my ability to tolerate. A situation that's bad doesn't bother me, for those of you who've never heard me say this. I like to use the car analogy. You're driving your car down the road, your tire breaks down. Now that sucks, right? But you can do something about it. You've got the spare, you've got AAA, you know where the tow place is. You can fix it. You can do something about it. No, it's fine, Asinius. It's fine, it's fine. But then, what if the car breaks down? What if you lose your tire and you can't do anything about it? That's futility. Something bad happening and no ability to do anything about it other than, well, that sucks. And I have trouble dealing with that. And that's Disco Elysium in a nutshell. Right there. It's something I tend to have issue with when it comes to Cthulhu-esque mythos as well. We talked about that during Bloodborne, too. Well, my PTSD in particular is being incapable of doing anything to make it better. being completely powerless to do anything. A state I work very hard not to be in anymore. Poor Zelda. Am I miserable when I'm not working? Nah. I can get plenty of enjoyment when I'm not working. And even if I define work by my definition, which would include things like, you know, projects that are just for me, like the Lorecraft series. Or the Extant. Oh, yeah, I feel you on that one. I drink from a ham. Just, ooh. Aw. See you around, Jesse Ward. Have a good evening. I have a similar problem with food, Hazardous, to this very day. I think I've told that story. It took me until like 3 years ago, to show how recent this is, to learn that it's okay to not eat every single scrap of food that you have when it's there. That took me a long time to get out of that one. It's why games like Dragon Age Origins don't bother me, to continue the thought process. Dragon Age Origins is exactly the exact opposite of futility. You very much have the power to affect the world of Ferelden. It is all on you, right? I'm kind of the same way, Pyro. So when I cook nice big portions, but that's for leftovers, right? So when I reheat to eat, I try to make sure that I make sure it's a small portion, just to kind of make sure, because, you know, I'm still learning. Listen, Alistair's fine. He's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, so now we're going to do this. Me too, Spartan. Now, I'm going to go ahead and admit something. I've said this before. When I did the lore run of this game, I talked about this. When I would replay this game, there is one part of this game I would dread every time, and it's not actually the water temple. It's the temple we're about to do. Every single time I would get here and just be like, ugh. And I would put up with it. Because immediately after this is the Spirit Temple, which is one of my favorite temples, but I have never liked the Shadow Temple. Never. That's never been a thing for me. I mean, the well and I'm sorry, I'm kind of counting the bottom of the well and the Shadow Temple as one dungeon. I shouldn't do that, but you get my point. Those two combined, no thank you. Whoop, wrong way. God. Puppy. Yeah, Spirit Temple is the worth it, the thing you're working towards, right? I can't leave because it's... You think that's weird, Hazardous? Think about this. It's December. Where the hell did this year go? Yeah, I'm curious how bad the Master Quest Spirit Temple is going to be. Then we have Master Quest Ganon's Tower, which I'm not looking forward to at all. Oops. I mean, in fairness, I'm kind of worried about how bad the Shadow Temple's going to be in Master Quest 2. So... yeah, it does, Hazardous. Now, granted, I took four months off to just absolutely cram some recordings and videos and all that stuff, so... that's kind of where my year went, but still, where the hell? Well, Griffith is the best character in all of fiction, and Guts is the most replicated character in all of fiction. At least that's what I keep hearing from other people. Also, we're never doing Rumination of Berserk. But, there's your Rumination. Go around, go around. That's not it. It's the next one. Well, yeah, November took a while, which I'm okay with, actually. I kind of prefer it when time takes its time, if that makes any sense. Of course, I got back to streaming, so that's my excuse. Possibly Dr. Winter. It didn't hit it in the alpha, but... or the early access, rather, but we'll see. Yeah, the weather's been pretty bad this year where I live. And by the weather, I mean just everything about the weather. The temperature, the humidity, the dryness, the actual specific weather itself. Just completely off this year. But that's okay, because everything's fine. As long as it's... hang on. I need to look up the name of a movie, because I can't think of the name of it. It's probably quicker to me for just look it up. Who plays Thor in the MCU? The actor? Chris Hemsworth. There's a film he was in that I absolutely despise the ending of. Cabin in the Woods. There it is. Anybody seen that film? As long as Darkest Dungeon's ending is not like Cabin in the Woods' ending, we're cool. Down. Right. So, let's see if the well's any different in Master Quest. I mean, he is worth it, Linear. I mean, if you pay attention to the meta-narrative of that film, it's actually worse than that, Hazardous. But no, believe it or not, I'm not a fan of that. Is it this way? God, I'm not sure. Hang on, let's just see what we can figure out here, shall we? By the way, this is we got here from a well, everyone. There's nothing else to say about this. This is well water. Just think about that for a minute. Really think about it for a minute. Or don't. I won't blame you if you don't. I mean, it is kind of a comedy film, so that makes sense. Honestly, I was enjoying the film until the ending. That's what bothered me. Well, this is where I wanted to be. Fun fact, I literally never want to go down to this room in this dungeon. Oh, no, no! Couldn't get the ladder in time. Lol, Lunae Ruth. Yeah, who had zombie hillbillies for their second death? That was me. I mean, in fairness, it's probably less horrible than I'm saying, but still, it's pretty horrible. Okay, that's bad. Whatever. Let's see if we can actually grab the ladder this time. There we go. Yes and no, respectively, Dr. Winter. I can too, as it is. In many ways, that film is a real-life South Park episode, just much, much worse than South Park tends to be in terms of implications and the like. The South Park isn't Cthulhu-esque nightmare horror, usually. Until we get to the episode where all of Earth is actually a reality TV show. For aliens, yeah. I mean, what else would it be for? So what you're saying, Dr. Winter, is that there's an invisible Skulltula that's going to kill me right here. I can't stop targeting it. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. So you're saying he became a legend. Stupid geese. I'd go with Captain America. I think it's I think it's a good pick. That's what I thought. So I think it's this way? Question mark. That's a good point. I agree with I drink from a ham on that. Well, the dungeon's obviously different because I'm not done with it yet. You can just blaze through this dungeon. Obviously. I'm not sure where the new switch is. Fine, do that. Okay. Well, let's see what this does. Here's my favorite place to be, again. Oh, whatever. Oh my god, that's a lot of redeads. That's a lot of redeads! No, 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 no! Oh, God, and there's a rolling ball of death, too. This place is lovely. I think I'm gonna build my summer home down here. Okay. What? Yeah, I know what I'm looking here for. Thanks, Spirit. Alright, hang on. Let's try this again. Okay, that's cool. I'm cool. Oh, I'm sorry. Ross, are you still there? God, I've answered you twice in my head now. So, you asked what the lore purpose of the water temple is. Now, the short answer is, as always, we don't know. That's the canon answer. But there are bits and pieces we can kind of sort of shove together and come up with something approaching an answer to that. Now, part of this is also, it's weird, taking from Majora's Mask, where the water temple has a very distinct and obvious purpose to it. What's this doing? Opens up something. But it looks like the water temple is primarily there, not only just to, venerate water and the usual water is awesome thing that is so common in Japanese folklore, but as a way to help purify the water, which is also kind of a cultural thing, the idea that demons and spirits tend to live in and require the water, and so making sure that the water isn't crap is part of that. So, in other words, in Majora's Mask, the water purification plant is a water purification plant. In Ocarina of Time, it's there for more of a metaphorical, or I guess actually metaphysical, result. Does that make sense? Sorry, the Great Bay Temple, aka the water purification plant. Let's call it what it is. Now, Krenzler mentioned we should totally kill all those Redeads, so let's see what happens if we do. Because we can, and let's try it. Sup? Okay, well, we're dead. You did this to us, Krenzler. Oh, come on, use it again, quick! Use it again! Okay. We did it. Well, anyways. Remind me to refill my fairies again before we actually hit the Shadow Temple. I'm probably going to need them for that stupid place. But no, you're absolutely right, Ross. Like, almost every other temple is pretty well defined. The water temple is the vague one. Like, fire temple? Yeah, no, it's a temple in the middle of a volcano. Devoted towards keeping Volvagia sealed in. Done. Shadow Temple? It's literally a freaking graveyard for evil spirits and those lost to the previous war. Forest Temple? Again, we talked about that one earlier. Did I already do that? Yes, I did. Spirit Temple. Place where they used to venerate the goddess, whichever one it is. Thank you, Fairy. Well, one of the things that I became aware of when doing some research for the lore run was that a lot of Ocarina, and I feel like they did a good job with this, is they did a lot of research for different culture groups throughout the world and used them to inspire most of their temples. So most of them have symbology and music and visuals that are endemic to a specific culture group. So it's very possible they were specifically pulling from Slavic for that one has this. I don't know, obviously. I can only speculate or analyze. Still cool. It's always a frustrating part of my job, is, you know, you can't... some stuff just isn't known in lore. Like whether or not Arthas was actually inside, you know, the second Lich King at all. We just kind of have to speculate on some of this stuff. Hey, water level, finally. Okay. Let's get out of this stupid place. I am, in fact, the lore runner. If I had all the answers, then I would give them to you. It's actually funny. I've said before that, as a history geek, I tend to prefer fictional history. Because real-life history, we're just guessing. Because that's how that works, right? But in fictional history, we know all the truth, right? Except we don't, because sometimes people are like, nah, we're not going to tell you the whole truth. Screw you, buddy. Aw. Oh well. Oh, well, whatever. Bring it. So, this is... I actually referenced this earlier. This is one of the only changes I don't like in this exact version of this game. He looks less intimidating here. Like, I feel like they deliberately made him less horrifying, because he was really horrifying. Well, they not only removed the stain, they changed his hands. What do you mean, Plutonia? If you don't mind my asking. Come on, game. Yeah, they gave him these little chicken wing nubs. It's just not quite as intimidating. Of course there isn't, Plutonia. So history is just something that they can know the truth of, and that's history. What's the issue there? Are you saying that's a bad thing? Which would actually surprise me. Because that would make sense. What? Well, okay, whatever. Let go of me. Let go of me. But yeah, I guess the answer to your question would be history is the recorded events of what... No, I'm saying it wrong. History is what happened before. There you go. There's the direct answer to your question. Alright, now that we've cleared up the well, let's have a nice cool glass of water. You son of a... Okay. That's okay, I was expecting that. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Dr. Winter. In my setting, history is the past. Shazam. As opposed to real life, where it's like peering through a dirty window at a town 5 miles away while listening to someone on a bad telephone describing to you what's going on in that town right now. little different. Alright, so... Now what? Let's try this way. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, and every now and again it cuts to someone else. Sometimes we don't even know it's cut to someone else. That's the best part. Thank you, Navi. I do appreciate it, really. Hey, Mr. Red. Actually, yes, I have, Gum Gum. I've thought about... So, I kind of have to map out my galaxy because the only way FTL travel works is because there's lanes through which it can travel. So I sort of have to design the map for the galaxy, right? Because otherwise, you know, I'll go this way, but you can't, right? Anyways, but I've only done one sector so far, and I'm kind of deliberately limiting myself that way. I'm only building sector at a time. It's like, right, this... So what we got so far. And I'm also making sectors a little bit smaller than in Star Wars. 5,000 star systems is kind of big. Alright, so what the hell did that do? I hit a switch. Something changed. One other thing I've done very specifically is that Earth only has one lane going to or from it. And you're probably wondering why. Well, that was kind of a byproduct. I was thinking about it, and one of the species gets to space travel a little bit before the humans do. Or effectively at the same time. But the relevant point is that they kind of took over every nearby race because they were accessed by lanes, and so if the humans were in the same lane, you know, in the same lane bundle or highway or whatever you want to call that, they wouldn't have been able to avoid that. Instead, the humans got a little bit of time, you know, away from it, and I need another key? I've decided I hate this dungeon. Okay. Let's try this. Anything? No, of course not. Alright. Let's just start bombing corpses. I would actually agree with you, Plutonia. And considering that the immediate history of my setting is pretty short, only a couple centuries, I would like to think that I've already taken that into account, but long-term, who frickin' knows? Yeah, I wish I could just raise these corpses instead. That'd be a lot better. Anything? No? Okay. Okay. Well, we haven't bombed these corpses. What? Okay, down we go. Lovely place. Well, let's go through here. We never went through here. Run! Run! Keep running. It's just a gold Skulltula. Run the other way. Get caught by the wall guy. Get killed while trying to avoid the wall guy. Okay, we're out. We're out. Run! Run! Oh god, that would be interesting, hazardous. And fiction has tried that occasionally. Oh, Jesus, Plutonia. I mean, that makes sense, but yikes. I mean, why can't we build a small intestine, though? That's a good question. I knew it, Savacom. You were always Roman at heart. Better than those Chinese folk, am I right? Sorry, that's a specific historical joke. I don't have anything against Chinese people. I hate that I have to clarify that, but whatever. Oh, that was worth my time and attention. Well, it's a wet place filled with corpses and monsters. I drink from a ham. Let's think about this. There was a brief period of history, I don't actually remember which Roman Empire it was, during which the one of the dynasties at the time and the Romans were actually aware of each other and considered each other and yada yada yada. And the long and the short of it is the Chinese were like, oh man, there's just so much cool, awesome stuff. They might be a trading partner. We need to do whatever we can to be sure to take care of them and deal with them. And the Romans were like, well, there's these idiotic, stupid barbarians who are terrible and awful, but man, they make some really nice stuff. Can we get more of that? So there was kind of an anti-Chinese bias just sort of built into the Romans, but let's be honest with ourselves. The Romans had an anti-everyone bias. I mean, where do you think the term barbarian comes from? We're Roman, we're better than everyone. I don't know where to go now. So, to the walkthrough. Anyways. I don't know if I'd say Romans are xenophobic, but then again, I wouldn't know. Everything I've read seems to more indicate that they're just pro-Roman. Really, really pro-Roman. And considering that one of the things that they were deliberately doing was trying to build up the value of Roman citizenship, that just makes sense from a pragmatic perspective. If Romans are the best at everything, then everyone wants to be Romans. If everyone wants to be Romans, then you can encourage people to become citizens, and if you can encourage people to become citizens, you have a degree of control over them. Blah, 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 blah. This is where I just was. This isn't it. God damn it. Okay, hang on. This is where I want to go. I think. Into this room. Damn it, Krenzler! Why would you do this to me? You knew what you were doing, Krenzler. Which is funny when you consider the Romulans, Savacon. Yeah, that I wasn't sure I was going to time that right, Shikor, but whatever. This place is dank and creepy. Let's get out of here. Agreed. Let's never do this dungeon again. Oh my god. Man. Let's just, nope. Right out of there. Freaking well. God. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's get some water. That's a good idea. Let's see, your Cocorico brand. Bottled right in the well. Oh, okay. Delicious taxes. I mean, the well has worse implications, whereas the Shadow Temple is more overtly creepy, but, you know, more interesting from a backstory perspective. I remember one time I was telling someone about how dark Ocarina of Time is, and they said, Ocarina of Time's not dark, and I'm like... Now, being an idiot, I defaulted straight to the Shadow Temple to try and prove my point. A lot of other ways I could make that point, but whatever. Oh, by the way, red or blue? Everyone in chat, real quick, red or blue? Oh, here, you know what? I'll set up a poll for it. Set up a poll for it. Hang on. Hang on. Let me get the poll up. Let me hit the right button and not accidentally set up an ad again. There, you got 3 minutes. Poll's up. Go. What am I doing? I'm doing this. Yeah, if you subscribe, you won't accidentally see an ad when I accidentally hit the button. Make sure to subscribe to me. Die, monster. You have Din's Fire, right? Good, Savacom. Sick of that crap. That's the right button. Put that there. They count for quadruple, Micromono. We all know here that the lore walkers are very much pay to win. Well, pick a color, Triaxia. Which is better, red or blue? Yeah, the colors. What do you win? When I take over the world, I don't know. Oh, yep. Okay. That's one way to do that. I don't know, which department would you want, my Kimono? Just add them to the pile. Yeah, there's a lot of hand focus here, which is just... I don't know what that's drawing from exactly. What? No, that... yeah, okay, that works for me, Micromono. We do want to make sure that we give people options when it comes to being able to deal with disability. Blue! Well, alright, we're staying blue then. Yeah, it was something about department for adding easy difficulty to Bloodborne, I think, as it is. Something like that. Oh, it moved! It freaking moved! I didn't know it could move. Okay, so it's this one this time. Just double checking. Again. Public relations. Sis keeps insisting she's going to be my PR rep, and I'm like, I don't know. Because she'll walk up and be like, alright everyone, you're all dumb. No promises on a limo. You're probably going to be taking public transport, to be completely honest with you. Although if you have a problem with that, maybe we shouldn't put you in the cabinet. It's okay, we're going to make actually good, oh, for God's sakes, public transport. It's kind of part of the step. We got a lot of stuff to do, really. There's a lot of steps. Okay. Do you want me to go this way first? Because I can't make that jump without the boots. The boots are in here. Also, we're dead. To the walkthrough. Unashamed. Listen, we're gonna get you Lambos. We're gonna get you... Aventadors are Lambos. What's a really expensive car that isn't a frickin' Lamborghini brand? I guess Ferraris are overpriced. Yeah, no, that's true. Bugatti. That was actually the one I was just thinking of, Mike Tomato. Get you a Veyron. We'll have special deals with Bugatti and Ferrari and Lambo and be like, yes, provide all our official cars. They're actually all total crap cars. They're super cheap. As the saying goes, it's a Ferrari. Yeah, just get some Civics going around. Or, Subarus. There we go. Get some Subarus, you know. Yeah, maybe get some Priuses in there. It's not a bad pick. I used to drive a Civic. It's a good damn car. I actually swear by a Civic. It's probably the best car I've ever had. I've had a Saturn, I've had a Civic, I've had a Ford Taurus, I've had a Crown Vic. And the current vehicle I have, which obviously I'm not telling you. And of those, I'd take the Civic. Honestly. Like, if I had, you know, lottery winnings money, I would actually buy a brand new 2021 Civic, because I've looked into them and they're really legit. But, you know. Don't have... I mean, I do have the money, but I'm not wasting it on that. I got other things to spend money on. Okay. What? I didn't even see those. There's torches right there. Do you see them right there? I did not even see those. Even looking at that straight, that's kind of hard to see. I wouldn't get a new PS5. Even if I won the lottery. What's the point? Come on. Yeah, if I'm buying a new console, it's obviously the Switch OLED. What the hell? Why can't I move this thing? Come on. Oh, you're right. It is already on. You're right. You're right. The best part is this actually flat out requires fire arrows. Like, there's no other way to do this. This is required, by the way, to progress. Just want to be clear about that. You know what? Let's pull up this wonderful walkthrough here. There we go. We're just going to scroll down a minute. I mean, I do, Dr. Winter, but that probably doesn't mean much. Oh, excuse me. I'm still pretty tired. I haven't been sleeping super well because the whole hacking, coughing thing. Hey, SJ. If you want a ferry to the other world, come here. Oh, sweet. Ah! Thanks, game. At least this thing doesn't seem to do double damage, which is nice. Probably because it's not an enemy. Yes! I drink from a ham. There. We got a map. Super useful. Okay, now what? Where the heck did we enter this room from? There it is, I think. Of course, it's the one we can't just get to. Nope, that's where we just were. God dang it. Here it is, here it is. It's okay, it's okay. We found the door. The only door in the room. Oh, come on. I'm in mid-swing, literally. You know, I just realized another reason I don't like this dungeon. On top of all the normal reasons I don't like this dungeon. It's brown. It's a whole lot of browns. I mean, we already saw that with the problem of seeing those two torches earlier, but this is not a very visually distinct dungeon. Oh, this is that, okay. Oh yeah, this is much worse on an N64. Thankfully, we don't have to see the Master Quest version of this dungeon, but yeah, even on the 3DS, this is a little bit murky, I think is the word I'd use. Hello. Sorry. read the thing. Yeah, the hover boots are an interesting idea, but obvious issues with implementation. There's a lot of Zelda stuff, now that I'm thinking about it. The Spirit Temple kind of has the same problem. You get two dungeons, wow. You get 2 items in the Spirit Temple, and neither of them are really super useful. They're very site-specific. It's the same kind of problem with the hover boots. You got the mirror shield, great. You get the thing to allow you to pick up really big stuff. You got the ability to die to a frickin' flaming thing. God dang. How far back up did that put me? Hold up. I mean, the mirror shield does look cool. I'll give you that. Yep. What's interesting is the Spirit Temple is a lot more focused on... I don't know how to call it. Threats that will hurt you. Whereas the Shadow Temple is much more focused on threats that will drop you down a bottomless pit. Ignoring this room, which is the obvious example, there's several examples of that in the Shadow Temple where, you know, the geometry is, hey, bottomless pits. Well, I'm gonna be over here, dying horribly. You guys voted for blue, Computer Kid. I have to wear blue. What? Okay, hold up. In all honesty, maybe we should switch to this for a moment. For no reason. Thanks, Beamos. Appreciate it. Appreciate the help. Just making sure. Ugh, we look so ugly right now, too. Ugh. That's interesting. Neither of them actually say they take more damage in the tooltip. My favorite ones right here. Here's a Loke. That's how we can see invisible stuff. It's the only way to see invisible stuff. Me. Come on, game. Or don't. That's also cool. Put one here. This is the 3DS version, yes. As should probably be evidenced by the fact that we've got the second thing under there. Yes, 3DS version we be. Honestly, if the N64 looked this good, that would be damned impressive. I know I'm not one for graphics, but yikes. What? That should... Okay, whatever. Yay! It was all worth it. Is there anything else over here? Yeah, the frame rate's another thing. No, that's the whole reason we're doing Master Quest, Platonia. Wait, I'm sorry. Let's clarify. Do you mean, are the levels in the regular version identical to the N64 version? Because if that's the question you're asking, the answer is no. If you're asking, is the Master Quest identical to the original, then once again, the answer is no, but for completely different reasons. How does that not kill them? I'm actually confused by that. Those BMOs are just invincible. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, that was... They didn't want me to do that. Does Master Quest change the story at all? No. The only real thing Master Quest does is changes the dungeons. That's why we're playing it, because that is meat content, and that is something that needs to be reviewed. After all, we did give several positives and a negative, specifically for the Master Quest dungeons. Bomb didn't work. I tried that earlier. Which is why I was confused. Speaking of which, should we add that there? Wait, I'm confused by your story, Zalok. You tried Paper Mario, and it sucked, but then you did Paper Mario. What? What am I missing there? Okay, so I think it wants me to go get the hover boots. Oh, and we're dead. This way. That's an interesting outcome. Oh, Ocarina. That's interesting. Like, we can't... Really? Okay. Well, let's try this first of all. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. Thank you, Link. I tried melting the ice switch earlier and it didn't do anything. It didn't even melt. Maybe there's something in the way. Hang on, let's try it that way. What did that do? Aha! There we go. Okay, that makes much more sense. I was getting a little confused there. Alright. Jesus. So let's go not that way. We need to go this way first. Yeah, no, this whole place it's ugly and scary is a great way to put it. And I just don't like the vibe for it, and honestly, the regular dungeon I can blaze through pretty quickly, mostly because I'm very practiced at it. But you know, that's mostly a factor of experience. And I don't know that in the Master Quest dungeon, so we're already in here longer than I probably would be in the frickin' original. Oh, bull crap. Don't mind me. I mean, the music is doing exactly what it should do. It's just, it's not a good thing. As I like to say, just because you're doing something deliberately doesn't make it good. Sweet! I got an arrow. Oh, man, that was so worth it. I feel like the dungeon designers are getting more openly trolly. Anyone else getting that vibe? Just openly more trolly, you know? You did the puzzle! Here's an arrow! Thanks! Oh, 5 arrows! Oh, well, that makes it all worth it. That's... Everything's okay now, because it was 5 arrows. Like, I'm used to that kind of thing because I do randomizers all the time. LTTB randomizers. And it's really common to be like, alright, I beat the boss, and you got 1 rupee! You know, it's really normal. But damn it. Back in my day, in order to get an arrow. I don't think I have Dr. Winter. Although, it sounds like it just because it's a King's Quest game. And we all know King's Quest games love the brown. Well, Ziloka's like, wait, what? I'm probably thinking of the wrong franchise, honestly. Oh god, and then there's Quest 64. You want to talk about brown gaming? Ugh. I probably haven't, Zilok, no. Hey, a key! We did it! Okay, let's get the hell out of here. God, I just want to get this dungeon over with. You know what this reminds me of? And again, you could argue that this is a good thing, but it's kind of not. This reminds me of that stupid swamp in Witcher 3. Was anyone there for the Witcher 3 Totally Not a Lore run? Yeah, Quest 64. Freaking Quest 64. How did I not make that? The reason I bring that up is you remember when I got to that freaking swamp, got out of that freaking swamp, and I had been in just a slightly irritable mood in general. It probably showed on camera. And I was just not doing good, and I was not having a fun time, and the whole time I was just like, ugh. And then we got out of that stupid swamp, and then I got physicsed to death. That's an actual death, too. That's okay, we can go refill our fairies. And the moment we left the swamp, just my mood improved. In freaking seconds. Just immediate, like... And I hadn't realized how irritable and frustrated I had been until we left the swamp. Remember that? Anyway, so Shadow Temple. Frickin' Shadow Temple. Oh yeah, no. Go back to being blue. And I hadn't saved in a while, Breakwin. Don't forget that critical part of the equation there. No, I think you're right. I drink from a ham. Sorry, I didn't say that out loud, but I think you're absolutely right. That jump was just a little bit too far, and that's pretty much hover poots in a nutshell. Okay. I don't remember, Dr. Winter. I mean, I could check now, but I don't remember what its golden number used to be. I mean, technically, all the golden numbers went up because the curve was altered, but it's all relative, right? So I don't know if Quest 64's position changed, would be the real question here. So let's double check this. Let's just check. So right now, Quest 64 is sitting at a nice, comfortable negative 28.32. So yeah, its position did change. I can tell that immediately because it's actually below Anthem now. Not by much, but it is there. A little bit, Gum Gum. In a good way. So here's what's gonna happen. First thing I'm gonna do. Here. Yeah, that's another thing. If we ever review any Dark Souls games, which I'm still very hesitant to do, but if we ever do that, we're gonna have an issue there. And that issue is the fact that they have swamp levels. Goddamn Quest 64. Console crashed, and then I lost the save file. I cannot believe that thing. Oh yeah, by the way, what was that quote? Hang on. This is the quote I was talking about earlier. It's nothing to say now. Here is gathered Hyrule's bloody history of greed and hatred. I was right. Greed was mentioned specifically. Also, I don't know if you can play Anthem right now. What I do know is that they really want me to die in this room. I was not happy that day, Hazardous. I mean, we turned it around and we turned it into a meme thing, and I did my due diligence, but in that moment, there was just this moment of just... Couldn't even vocalize what I was feeling at that moment. Oh, I'm with you completely. I hate the aesthetics of Dark Souls games. We got the compass! Yes! God, I was so angry. I was so angry. Anyways. I was like, someone put together an Anthem video. Anthem, whatever. Eyeballs shooting fire, which I'm now weak to, so that's nice. I should probably, real quick, just to be pragmatic about it. Yeah, I know, Hazardous. I was kind of referencing you. Okay, so... Okay. That's interesting. Come on. You know you want to shoot me with fire. Think about all that fire I could be on. Think about it. See, look, I'm on fire now. Isn't that great? got to be kidding me with this crap. Okay. So apparently we need to do the reverse. Are you kidding me with this? Okay. Come on. Whoops. Keep hitting that by accident. Why is this thing not lighting up? Apparently because it doesn't need to. Okay, you know what? I don't even care. I just care about this guy. Screw your hands. As the saying goes. You know, honestly, Hazardous, it wouldn't even surprise me at this point in my life. I mean, it would surprise me, but only because of how insignificant and irrelevant I am. It wouldn't surprise me if someone knew about me and was like, you know what, I'm gonna make a game just to screw with that guy specifically. Oh yeah, he is like coated in just slime. Just straight up liquidy gunk. No question. Me too. I drink from a hat. Well, remember, this room is filled with a lot of corpses caked into dirt. Along with a slimy person who is himself a butchered corpse. So what I'm saying is this is the Dark Souls of Zelda. Okay, we got the hover boots. All right. Let's just. No. No. We are out of here. Yeah, how many... So, in all honesty, we need to think about negatives, if we're giving any for this place. And I'm in a weird place, because on the one hand, it does what it's trying to do very well. And on the other hand, I hate this dungeon. Even the regular version. It's just such an unpleasant dungeon to be in, you know? It's well done creepy, and that's the problem. It's like Dr. Winter... Wait, that's a terrible way to segue. Sorry, that was a bad segue. I wasn't thinking about that one. It's not like Dr. Winter. It's the opposite of Dr. Winter. There we go. That's better. Sometimes I do a segue automatically without really thinking about it. And that's results in moments like that. If you're wondering. Brown. You like brown, right? Hey, Dixon Cider. What's going on? Thank you for the bits, Dr. Winter. I will put that towards Darkest Dungeon. Give me more. I think you've already donated that today. Nope, I'm wrong. That was yesterday. Darkest Dungeon. Done. Okay. Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing. In fact, it would be easy to say that this place is visually indistinct, which is a problem from a gameplay perspective, and relies a lot on platforming in a game that's really not built for it, like I was talking about earlier. The distinction between this place and the Spirit Temple, even ignoring the aesthetics, is that this place relies a whole lot on doing jumps like I'm doing right now. On the one hand, that makes a bit of sense for a place where you get the hover boots, and on the other hand, this really wasn't built for that. So hang on. We'll look at the game here. Yeah, shut up, chap. Off we go. Did they reduce the mana expenditure of the Lens of Truth in this version? That's not going down very fast, which I'm totally okay with, by the way. Oh my god, I need a key. Okay. That's cool. Okay. So, lunch break, right? We'll be back in about 50 or so.